Hello, and welcome back to the Awakening Philosophy podcast channel. My name is Jed. How are you doing? We have been exploring the two fundamental processes that human beings can engage in to comprehend themselves, their world, their goals, and reach their goals in time. Beliefs and understanding. The lesser, the greater. We have been learning the tools of the greater, learning the tools of understanding. In the last few episodes, we've tackled, we've been exploring analogy, we've been exploring the dialectic, we've been exploring axioms. What are they? Why are axioms necessary? Why are they so significant? We've been exploring the idea of anagogic, upward moving through analogy. And we have been, as we've been going through, we are comparing it to its shadow, its distortion, because human problems turn out to not be caused by some supernatural force called evil that just wants bad things. It's the distortion of the true, or the analogical reflection of understanding into its lower cognitive function belief. Now, through the text, we've been exploring the idea of expertise, because beliefs is just, if it's one of those fundamental, let me turn down the music a little bit. There we go. If this is what happens, if any intelligent species like us human beings that have evolved for the capacity of the X and Y button, the two things that distinguish us evolutionarily from cabbages, caterpillars, and cows, the capacity for X, self-reflection, and Y, the two buttons, language, reason, then we will, as we seek the fulfillment of that through its proper activities, analogy, dialectic, reading, critical thinking, we can be persuaded by its shadow or its distortion or its appearance, particularly when we are young and vulnerable and stuck in dependent relationships, like being a little baby. So beliefs are a reason or an aspect of the human condition. We've also been asking questions about, wondering if that's the case, if part of the human game, if part of playing Mario Brothers is not just your excellence rescuing the princess, but also crushing them turds. The Koopa Troopers, equally so, analogically speaking, being a human involves not only the perfection of our intelligence to reach our most significant goals, fulfill our purpose, but also to address the problems that we face. In other words, we have beliefs, our job is to address them properly. So there is a function, and we've been wondering, well, hang on a second. The question that we get from the text from Aliyah is, why now? Why was I born in this culture and this planet and this part of history, and even into this family where I will get this kind of false belief about myself and reality that I will carry for my whole life, that will chain me to repeating cycles of problems that are fundamentally a unsuspected false belief about myself and reality. In other words, what's the significance of me having to deal with this specific false belief? So not only are beliefs a byproduct of our capacity for understanding, the shadow, its lesser imitation, but there might be a specific belief that you are specifically here to address, which is behind that question, why here, why now? So those are the two things, the general beliefs and understanding, and the specific your specific false belief that you are here to discover, address through understanding, remove, free yourself from. And equally so, as for one, so for the other. That's the analogy. Maybe a specific aspect of self and reality that you are more suited to, you're more attracted to, you have a greater capacity to explore, that will lead you to the higher. So, the general and the specific. And my fan's off. Hold for a second. The general and the specific. Beliefs in general, your specific unsuspected false belief at the root of all of your problems, and understanding in general, and your specific development, skill, mastery, and expertise of understanding. So, what's the issue? What we are learning is the problems come from when we become entrenched in the belief. Instead of seeing beliefs what they are, the cause of human ignorance and problems, some human beings defend their beliefs, even identify with their beliefs. We have this quote from the Oracle.
Personality maxing requires you to look inward on a deeper level, and it's harder to fix.
Because then you have to make fundamental changes to who you are as a person. And it's because it feels like a much more core
component of themselves that they don't want to change. Like, it's like, well, then if I change this, who am I?
About personality maxing. Self-development. That's how the cool kids call it. That's what the cool kids call it. That's because they're cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke.
There we go. They become, so the difficulty with that is they become identified with those false beliefs that they are here to address. So we've been therefore exploring that functioning of belief that entrenches us in what's false, savagely fighting against our own interest because of a primitive loyalty to the family clan caveman-like beliefs that may have served an evolutionary purpose, but no longer do. Because we can think. Keeping us in a script. The NPC script. Allowing a very shallow pool of ousia and logos, a shallow pool of self-reflection and language, like a zombie virus. And also like a zombie virus, it has us, we don't have it. So that's the difficulty becomes expertise. When you claim belief has some expertise, has some claim to be in a rulership position. So when you're not just saying, oh, beliefs are a byproduct of being here, but that's okay because it allows us to explore what's false, maybe a false idea of the self that we are carrying through multiple reincarnations that prevent our further psychic and spiritual development to higher dimensions, causing us to reincarnate into this world littered with injustice. But hey, thankfully we are learning about beliefs and how to surface our specific beliefs in school. We don't do that yet, but that's what a rational educational system will be necessary for our species because we're currently not addressing problems. So we're racing towards extinction. Why? Because when we claim that belief isn't something to be addressed, it is something that can qualify you to kill people, to rule people, to enslave people, to exploit people. That's conservatism. That's the nature of conservatism, to conserve the false beliefs and systems that their specific family clan benefit from as they claim expertise based on their personal beliefs. Trump doesn't know anything about anything, but he has a personal belief that the whites are better, that he should have $1 billion. Capitalism. The trillionaire Elon Musk doesn't have expertise about anything, but claims He should have all of the resources and get to decide what human beings do, who should live, who should die, who should get funding for, etc., etc. While following his Nazi, sexist, yes, and racist beliefs. That's also religion. There are hundreds of thousands of different religions and millions of different, or billions of different interpretations. No two religions are the same in essence. Killing people, exploiting people, teaching women they're less than men, teaching it's okay to genocide a Palestinian race or group of people because the Bible says so. That kind of shit. So that's the nature of human problems, to venerate belief, to say belief has some sort of claim to knowledge and truth. So those are the two basic categories that we explore in philosophy. Ontology, what is, ontos, what exists, truth, and epistemology, how do we know truth, knowledge. So when we claim belief has any right to speak from knowledge, we are saying truth or knowledge is all relative. It's all relative to your own personal beliefs. Hey, welcome, Reeve. To you, we say you are
cool as a cuke.
Cool as a cuke, and if you stick around soon,
My head is quite large and filled with secrets.
Your head will be quite large and filled with secrets. Secrets you can share. So it's all relative. The catchphrase of our age, the zeitgeist of our times, is the cause of all human problems. Why? It claims belief has any right to expertise or rulership because it is some sort of claim about knowledge or truth. Truth is all relative to your perspective. True knowledge is all relative to your opinion, etc. And so, when we rule our souls according to belief because of this sick idea, we suffer. We stay stuck in our problems. When we have our relationships based on our own personal beliefs and interpretations about love and beauty and goodness, problems ensue. When we rule our society, when we allow capitalism to exist, religions to exist, and conservative politicians to exist, only death and destruction sweep across the land. And because we are developing understanding, we can diagnose the nature of human problems, the problems of our soul, the problems of our life, problems of our species, but also make predictions about the future. Therefore, we can claim with expertise, because we're doing the opposite of belief, developing understanding, that if we do not learn to do what we're doing here, the human race will become extinct. Because that's the inevitable conclusion of this right to expertise by saying belief has a claim to knowledge or truth. Can only bad happen, no good can happen. And also we have explored the nuances of that, and we've done many dialectics on that in the last 30-something episodes. It also has an appeal to the ignorant. It affects the ignorant more. The fact that it can only do bad, you can't. You need understanding of aviation to land a plane, but your stupid belief claims to knowledge can crash a plane. You need to understand computer science to fix your computer, but your beliefs can destroy your computer, and so on and so on. So beliefs can only do bad. And so any groups that venerate belief, say it's worthwhile, become sadistic. They seek to inflict the most harm and desire to do so. That's sadism. The surrogate for actual knowledge and the surrogate for doing good. Sadism. So, that's the nature of human problems. Belief venerated by the it's all relative catchphrase. We even discovered there's a mathematical equation. Is it an equation? What is that? Yeah. That demonstrates the root nature of human problems. A is to B as A is to B. As our belief-based teacher, usually a parent or parental surrogate, functions to the child in this unjust way, so too that child seeks an opportunity to inflict that same injustice from that same role onto someone else. So that is what motivates. That's the axiom. It's a principle, but also a goal. So axiom plus sort of covers both of those sort of things. It's a principle that also becomes a life goal that you act according to. The root motivation behind human beings who haven't yet discovered that we have two cognitive functions, and our purpose is to understand belief and move into understanding, whether we like it or not. If we seek our excellence, which is what we do, it's what it means to be alive, we are operating from that fake, stagnant analogy. It's stagnant. It's redundant. A is to B is A is to B is A is to B is A is to B. It doesn't go anywhere. So that is what keeps human beings stuck in their problems. Whereas true development happens through the anagogic analogy. A is to B as B is to C. As Pierre Grimes is teaching us, so too, as we go through this process, learn these things, apply it, integrate it, develop, we too can pass on our teaching to others. That's the true logos, or true teaching, true Dharma. So human problems, another way of understanding human problems, is a fake Dharma, a fake spiritual teaching. So, comes down to expertise. What makes an expert? Any old stupid beliefs? Qualifying you to show up on Joe Rogan's podcast?
I don't want to eat a monkey.
Doesn't
I
want
don't want
to
to eat a monkey.
Instead, he wants to eat
Bull testicles. Bull testicles.
bull testicles. All of the idiot fascists, Epstein-classed capitalists, religious defenders, and conservative sadistic murderers and pedophiles show up on Joe Rogan's podcast and all of these Alpha Bro podcasts. Why? Because they can scam the ignorant. Belief works best on the ignorant. The more you know about something, the harder it is to give the appearance of expertise. So, these idiots claiming to be experts, poisoning the minds while defunding actual education and the role of the collective, which would be actual politics, actual harmony, actual human relationships, which is not one rule for thee and one rule for me, which is the hypocrisy and corruption of belief. It's to apprehend universal principles done through understanding, to apply universal principles done through our understanding to universally benefit. Universal principles universally applied to universally benefit. That's the standard. Why? Because we're dealing with principles. Principles are universal, transpersonal. They're objective. They're knowable. They have scope over everything. So what we're learning here is a kind of learning that can apply to any species, any time, wherever you find yourself in. So therefore, rationally, our purpose of learning. If we go through reincarnations, then we have to then, rationally speaking, what we're here to learn has to be something that can transcend a specific reincarnation. Universal. My shirt's really big. I think I might change my shirt in a minute. So, expertise. Now, we have explored in the book what key ideas nail down this idea of expertise. Belief can only deal with sameness. because it's imitation. A certain kind of sameness where you are redundant. A is to B as A is to B. That thing that I saw done, says the Harry imitating the surgeon, I can do that thing. Trump seeing his father scam a worker or murder a black person, I can do that, says Trump. Or a woman or a child. Lots of murder in that family, of course. Let's not talk about islands and golf courses and things. So, dealing with sameness of a repetition, and they can't deal with differences. If a different body comes in with a slightly different illness, or on a slightly different part of their body, or their body is slightly different, someone imitating that one surgery that they're copying every time won't be able to adapt to the differences. They won't even know if the differences can make a difference. Whereas someone with true expertise and understanding can. You can land the plane in the different conditions, the different plane that you're flying, the different air conditions. Maybe it's an emergency landing. That's expertise. And the sameness that experts deal with isn't a sameness of imitation. That's beliefs. That's the human sickness. That's the problem. It's the sameness of those universal models. Those models, those standards, those principles, those axioms, all of those ideas. And by ideas, we don't mean concepts, because concepts don't necessarily have an existence, an eternal existence in the realm of being. They can just be like a unicorn, just made up. So when we say ideas, we don't mean concepts. We mean those universal principles of reality and self and mind and cognition that are always going to be true. We're not inventing them, we are discovering them. Or even more accurately, if everything is ultimately from self, axiomatically from a first cause, and returns to that oneness, goodness, and truth, then if it's all from the one true good self, then we're kind of remembering those inherent principles of self and reality in order to learn about ourselves. And we looked at that last couple of episodes as well. If we have two fundamental activities, A and B, using that X and Y button of Usia and Logos to A, remove our problems, address our pathologos, crush the turts, and B, develop our excellence, kiss the princess, rescue the princess, by following by discovering and following the inherent rationality in beliefs, the pathologos, and the inherent rationality in truth, knowledge, and understanding, the logos. We ask the question, hang on a second, if there's an inherent intelligibility of the lesser, which is a distorted reflection of the inherent intelligibility of the greater, where did that come from? That's been our question. What is reflected into the greater and lesser? What is that inherent intelligibility of the logos and pathologos? Primarily, what's the principle of the rationality and the distorted, the sick rationality? What's the principle? What's the cause? What's the axiom? What's the standard? All of these words, what's the axiom of all axioms? That's been our question. How do you define a concept as opposed to an idea? So, a concept doesn't necessarily have an eternal existence in itself. Whereas idea with a capital I that we use here in true philosophy, eidos, does. So our way to move from the lesser to the greater is to recognize there are certain things that necessarily function in our world that we only perceive as adjectives, like beauty. A beautiful painting, a beautiful puppy, a beautiful streamer.
That's funny.
It's not funny, it's true. Damn you.
Listen and learn, morons. This is gangster.
That's right, and gangster. So the introduction to one of the ways of getting into philosophy, we talked about having an experience of a realm of nows. Thank you for agreeing. See, we only have the most intelligent and wise chatters on the stream. Let me just read the chat. Yes, Jed, you are beautiful. See? Only the smartest people.
I would scoop the moon in a cup for you.
For being so brave and so honest. So, we talked about having so logos and ousia, right? Those are the two things we can make use of. We talked about an ousia, an experience of the realm of nouns, the realm of eternally existing aspects of pure intelligence. But the other way of getting there is logos, to reflect rationally and say, hang on a second, where is beauty? I perceive it as an adjective, but it has to have a source. And the cause for an effect has to be greater, rationally speaking, than its effect. The painter is greater than the painting and independent from its effect. You can destroy a painting, but the painter is still there. If you found a beautiful chicken and you ripped the head off we wouldn't rip the head off a chicken. And you destroyed the pretend chicken, made it less beautiful, the idea of beauty doesn't change. So this can be the introduction into philosophy. What is the substantive that we only perceive in the physical world as an adjective? What's the noun? There's a whole category that we've been using. So the concept is tied to a noun, an idea is tied to opposite. Concept, a concept could be an abstraction. It doesn't have to have an actual existence in reality, in a dimension that's eternal. Like a unicorn, we can just make that up. Whereas beauty isn't something we invent, it's something we discover that's inherent to reality by reflecting on our experience of the physical world. For example, where did you learn about beauty? Did you take a course in beauty? But when a beautiful woman walks down the street, you instantly recognize her, she turns your head, there's nothing you can do about it. Where did you learn that? Justice. Don't we seek justice? What is it? Itself. Principles and axioms that we take for granted. So those are the things that we call ideas with a capital I. And we've actually got a list of key fundamental ones. Because it's these very... Unicorns are real. I can't agree with you denying that, but I get what you mean. Oh my goodness. This was the guy that said that I was beautiful. Oh no. Oh shit.
I'm so unsettled. I am so unsettled.
Oh no, now Emma's all unsettled. What have you done? So, it's these eidos. Maybe we should be using the word eidos, but the English we use the word idea. That have an existence of mind in the model. That's the model of intelligence that we as philosophers, or all human beings ultimately, must apprehend to gain expertise of understanding of self and reality. That's what needs to rule our society, our institutions, our relationships, and our soul. That kind of knowledge. Knowledge of the same. The model, the principle. And we reach that through understanding. Why? Because understanding makes use of these self-logos terms, or, as we could call them in the Greek, eidos. Make it a bit thicker. That's what she said.
No, you're not the one that's mentally unwell.
No.
You're brave. You are crossing into new boundaries.
Eidos, or idea, with a capital I. When we want to understand something, we use these eidos, ideas, or self-logos terms. Whole and part. Never seen Mr. Whole walking down the street on his way to get some lunch? You've never seen Mrs. Part parking her car. But everything that you experience, you use these ideas to make sense of your experience, to recognize things in experience. So they're the fundamental Lego pieces of, or building blocks of experience, of understanding, of reality. And they have an existence. They're not a matter of opinion or belief or perspective. In fact, one and many, whole and part, same and different, the duads that come together in a oneness, the monads, the single ideas, beauty, justice, benefit, these are all kinds of goodnesses that we seek. So we seek to understand by bringing the parts into a whole, into a oneness. There's our head, there's our understanding, the aspect of our soul that seeks understanding. Goodness is what we desire for ourselves, the inward seeking. We desire internally goodness. We want the beautiful relationship. We want justice in our lives. We seek our excellence, or we desire our excellence. These are the goodness. And as we outwardly move, so these are the three aspects of the soul: an inward desire, an outward movement, and a reasoning capacity. That's what we call the soul. Our outward desire seeks the true. We want genuine. We want to meet our genuine goals. We don't want to be scammed. So we seek truth. Within truth, there are the aspects of lesser, greater, and ultimate, which is needed for the analogy A is to B is to C. Lesser is to greater as greater is to ultimate. The lesser, there are things that are false. The greater, there are things that are true. And the ultimate, there must be a principle of trueness for there to be its true expression and its false expression. Now, what's interesting about this is these are the building blocks of understanding. So while belief is just do unto others what was done unto you, this requires a little bit of work, self-reflection. Self-reflection because we're reflecting on mind. This is our consciousness. And it's our self. And it's the reality that we're in. With words. Because these are the greatest words that we have. In terms of goodness, they are the most good. In terms of whole and parts, or one and many, they are the most primary. In terms of truth, it's the standard for truth. And what's interesting is the peak experiences that we call knowledge, or with understanding wisdom, that we seek as the sameness, the model of the health of mind, mind itself, like the model of the healthy body for the surgeon who has expertise. After that experience, when we reflect on it, even though it's experienced as a oneness, even though it's experienced as a pure goodness or bliss, even though it's experienced as the most real or true thing you've ever experienced, intellectually you can break those three primary categories down into its parts and realize, hang on a second, there was a harmony, there was a beauty, there was a justice. So understanding, because understanding reflects on its source. This is the source of understanding. It's the spiritual yoga. So these nouns or substances or aspects of pure intelligence, idea with a capital I, that's how we perfect our understanding. It's what we've been doing on this channel. But it's also, if you're contemplating the true model, that's meditation. This is the model of all other yogas or meditations. It's the single model or standard for spirituality. Because sustained focused concentration on that eternal model with an open, curious mind, that's why we read, that's why we get questions, to be puzzled, not the false certainty of believers. And the thing that all other meditative or spiritual traditions lack, with understanding. Therefore, it ticks all of the boxes. Sustained focused attention, having a question, open curiosity, sharing it with your friends, integrating it into your life, plus logos. It's the standard of spirituality. And because we are perfecting understanding itself, it's the model of true education. And it's one thing. So it can lead to that experience. Understanding can do that. But also after the experience, in the afterglow as they call it, you can reflect on it and say, hey, yeah, it was a oneness. By the way, let's use these other terms. Was it a whole? You know what? It was a whole. What kind of a whole? Well, it was the greatest whole. Why? Because it had every part in the universe. My goodness, what an experience. Sounds like a peak, well, the peak experience. Was it unlimited? Yes. I was seeing in infinity in all directions. It was unlimited. Oh, interesting. Let me ask you this, says the partner or your friend or the dialectician or the midwife, what we are learning to be. Was there anything outside of it? Now that you mention it, no. It was infinite, but there was nothing outside of it. Oh, so it was completely contained. So it was the highest kind of limit, while the highest kind of unlimited. You could do it for the goodnesses. What kind of beauty was it? Like a pretty painting or a sexy streamer?
Honestly, I feel really inspired.
Exactly, because
You can be a gooner.
you can be a guna. No, you know what? It was the highest kind of beauty possible. In other words, what are we doing? We're seeing a pattern. These highest kind of words applied in the highest kind of way is the inherent intelligibility of that peak experience that you will only see through understanding. Requires understanding. That's the logos. The inherent intelligibility in our excellence, which is also the model for true expertise of human souls, human minds, human societies. So out with the fucking capitalists murdering people for fun and profit, out with the fucking religious using their personal beliefs and ignorance to enslave for pleasure and profit, out with the fucking conservatives sweeping death and destruction across the world for their sadistic pleasure and profit. This is the standard that we must demand if we want justice in the world or humanity to survive, or an end to the injustice. That's the logos, the inherent intelligibility of the sameness. Anyone can play. You don't have to be a man or a woman or white or brown. You don't have to be born on this part of dirt. You don't have to pay for a subscription. You don't have to be born into the Epstein billionaire class. Everyone. So it can unify humanity and your soul and your relationships. Everyone wins, not like competition of those belief groups. And it's not an opinion, it's truth. It will always be true in this galaxy, in this multiverse, in this time, in this place, but forever, for always, because these are eternal aspects inherent in eternal being, mind, or intelligence. That's idea with a capital I. The eternal aspects that are only perceptible through self-reflection, ousia, with understanding, logos, on our peak experiences. So reason and evidence, only the evidence is these peak experiences. It's not in a test tube. The inherent aspects, or the aspects of the inherent intelligibility of our greatest possible experiences of mind itself. Mind turning around and knowing itself. That's idea. A concept could be anything. I'm not going to pick on unicorns, but you can just make up Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles don't necessarily exist forever and for always as pure aspects of consciousness and the building blocks that we utilize in understanding as a rational being. The Lego pieces of critical thinking. So, fantastic question. What have we done? We have been reflecting on sameness. So we talked about the role of understanding to a different color. To turn about upon itself right now as we're doing, to know itself in the experience, ousia. We talked about reflecting on those experiences with friends, with fellow philosophers, with a midwife, with your loved ones, in a good kind of relationship. Why good? Because there's you, there's your beloved, and there's this shared ideal that you are seeking together. That's universal, that's transpersonal. But there are two other aspects that are things that understanding can do. We can reflect on its distortion. So everything here in the model that's the same for everyone. By the way, sameness is one of those eternal ideas. Look. Sameness. What? Ninja Turtles don't exist. Well, I should have known that unicorns were the only ones truly qualified to be ninjas. Oh my goodness. I'd watch that anime. Unicorn ninjas? Sounds pretty cool. And thanks for your answer. Oh, thanks for the question. It's a good question. Very pertinent. So the sameness is this model. But understanding can not only reach that sameness or model as a whole and reflect on it to see its parts to gain actual expertise, but you can reflect on what's different. Human problems are nothing other than a distorted analogy of this. Let's go back to the truth and false. If that peak experience is the greatest beauty, greatest justice, greatest benefit, greater, there's our truth term. Therefore, beliefs are the lesser imitation of those things. Meaning, our first teachers, parental figures or surrogates, usually, were doing a lesser version of this model. They were appearing as beautiful, appearing as just, when they shut down your personal development of this logos and understanding. Why? Because if you were allowed to continue in this, your true nature and purpose, to develop understanding, the B option, you have A, you can do beliefs or you can do understanding. You don't have any other choices in time, really. If you were allowed to continue on your natural state of being, developing understanding, eventually your parents would have to challenge their own false beliefs. And they didn't want to do that because their soul is motivated by those beliefs that they haven't gone through this process to remove. So they seek to be the tyrant to you as their parents was to them, as their great-grandparents were to them, as their great-great-grandparents, all the way back to the cave. So instead of developing a more mature way of being, different from the family clan way of being based on beliefs, they shut you down. And the only reason it was believable was because they gave the lesser belief-based appearance of this model. Therefore, our purpose as human beings has to be to develop understanding, which will allow us to reach the model, use understanding to reflect on that model, to recognize that it's these parts, as well as to use that model and understanding of the sameness of the model and the different aspects, or the whole and parts, to purify yourself from your sickness. You're in that tradition, whether you like it or not. It's why we're here. Therefore, but being a part of that tradition, doing unto others what was done unto us, A is to be as A is to be, and your kids will do it to their kids as A is to be. Some people say, but that's a good thing, because we're Mormons. It's good to do this to your kids. Or we're the Jews. It's good to do this. Or we're the Protestants. And it's good. Instead of venerating that in institutions that celebrate belief, which is the cause of all human suffering and ignorance, our job is actually to free ourselves from that. Therefore, what we are doing here is the ethical and moral responsibility of every human being. Therefore, it should be being taught at school. But we teach it here, and the cleverest people and the awesomest people and the best people they're here.
I would scoop the moon in a cup.
In a cup.
For you.
For you, for all of you here. So, to use that understanding to purify it from the lesser by using understanding to understand what's really going on in belief and compare it lesser to greater to the truth. That's why we have to be reading these books on this channel and reflecting on those books and arranging the terms in an analogy and using those terms in the dialectic to nail down our understanding. See? Reading, reflection, analogy, dialectic, so that we can use this to address our earliest teachers, to free ourselves from our problems, to overcome injustice and ignorance, both in this life and in your cycles of many lives. So that's human ignorance, the lesser distortion of those terms and that functioning. In principle, not just your family, every family, not just your race, any intelligent race, not just this galaxy, any galaxy, not just this time, any time, not just this multiverse, any multiverse. Therefore, it's the purpose of all life. The meaning of life. Hooray, meaning of life.
That one's perfect and exactly the case.
And exactly the case.
I think it's so awesome.
And it is awesome.
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
And that's also another important point to remember. Thank you, Oracle. So that's the difference between ideas and concepts. Expertise is having the sameness of this eternal model, as well as dealing with the differences from it in belief. Now you can say the model for asking questions that can lead to the truth is the dialectic. The adjustment of those what we've been learning on this channel, the 4-part structure of the dialectic to explore an idea, both a lesser idea to free yourself from your false beliefs or a greater idea, one that leads you up to your excellence. That's the dialectic. So the structure of these questions and answers you can learn and memorize and practice because it's the same. But as we do that, the answers we get from the other person will show us where they are at in their insight into their problem and their insight into their excellence. That's why it's so the upgrade of the dialectic to deal with differences as well, philosophical midwifery. Why? Because it's like giving birth. That person has to want to change, as the Oracle says.
You're not going to magically force someone to want to get better. You have to come to that conclusion yourself. You have to want to get better.
They have to want to. And Socrates says it's like becoming pregnant with an idea or a question. The two kinds, the fetus you want to eatus and the noble birth. So philosophical midwifery deals with the differences as well. Meaning as we learn the dialectic, we need to find people to talk to. Find the best kinds of people that are beautiful not because of the old tradition, they resemble mummy or daddy and allow you to play those lesser roles of beauty, A is to B as A is to B, in your fantasies and dramas and stuff, further entrenching you in the very false beliefs you've literally been born to address, the sick version of relationships, but find someone who's beautiful because they have a love of understanding, good head, and they have a desire to help themselves or others or reach their excellence or improve and learn. Good heart and good head. Find that kind of broad.
You know what? Suck my dick.
Don't call them broads.
I've been a bad little girl.
Don't say that either.
I'm so unsettled. I am so unsettled.
And quite rightly so. Because we have to practice that dialectic through that asking of those questions. That's the art we're here to master, because that art of philosophical midwifery is the model of arts. Why art? Because it's the application of that model, sameness, applying it to the humanness. So the model of truth and humanness, those are the two things we have to deal with. The model of sameness and the differences, the humanness, that benefits the soul's development. And as that's a universal art, as you both seek your shared ideal to know the self and to function through that art of the self, every single part of your relationship can be fantastic. Why? Because any problem can be an object for the midwifery on your problems, and every peak experience or insight or understanding can be reflected on in midwifery in the dialectic or the other kind of birth, while at the same time becoming the same, unified in the higher sense, joined eternally in the higher sense. Peak experiences being not just physical pleasure of intimacy, but more and more transcendent, profound, longer lasting, in greater depth, more frequent, but also reaching these peak experiences that are eternal. And as they're eternal, they're shared. So all of the language of romance, I want to join with you forever. Yeah, you do. Only it's not a romantic sentiment because it's a lie that you know you can't achieve. Can't join with someone physically. You got different bodies. It can't happen. And it can't be forever until the stars fall out of the sky. I don't care how poetic and romantic your poem was. Because we're gonna die in the world of becoming. Oh. It is actually achievable in mind. Or being, or the higher realm. Why? Because it is eternity. There's your eternity. And it is a oneness. There's your union. So it's our own nature. Only what we're doing is purifying the false beliefs that get in the way of our own intrinsic excellence. And last time we asked the question, hang on a second, if this is the condition for humans, all humans, therefore should be taught at school, every day, we're missing something. If our purpose is to make use of the two buttons on our gamepad, Usia and Logos, self-reflection and language, applied to the two goals of the game, A and B, crushing the turts and rescuing the princess, like Mario Brothers. That first goal is to purify the lesser. That second goal is to reach the greater. And that's done by learning to grasp, understand, and use the inherent rationality or inherent intelligibility of both. The inherent intelligibility behind our problems is learning the pathologos. The inherent intelligibility of mind is these self-logos terms we've just been exploring. The logos. Haha, 2 spammers been caught by my spam bot catcher. Caught ya.
How can you be this stupid? How is it legal? How is it legal?
How's it legal for you to be so stupid that you can't get through my spam bot filters?
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, we don't want to have to see that.
You don't want to have to see your mental health. So if there's a lesser and a greater, for what reason? For what reason do we have to go through a life of repeating cycles of suffering and pain and negative roles, negative functioning, negative states of mind, negative ideas of ourselves, over and over and over, until one day we might cross paths with the philosopher? And we better hope to God that when we do cross a path with a true philosopher, we have done enough work on ourselves to have a good heart and good head, to be wanting to benefit from that, and have the intelligence to listen. Otherwise, not only are you stuck in your problems in your lifetime, how many more reincarnations of problems and suffering do you want to go through? Because the nature of human problems, beliefs are problems only when and only because they fight against understanding. So, chances are, if you do come across a philosopher, you'll not only reject what they say, you'll get mad about what they say. And not just what they say, the person themselves. How dare you say that about my mummy and daddy? They were wise, they were saints. Surely those other religions were nuts, but not my religion. I will kill you in the name of whatever, Mormonism. We killed Socrates, the best of us. That's belief. That's its savage, primitive, NPC, zombie-like nature. To crush understanding, A is to B, as your understanding and development was crushed by your parents, from their parents, from their parents, that's the nature of human ignorance. So we better do our best that if we do become fortunate enough because of living a great life, so we want to live as best we can, so that our next reincarnation, we cross paths with a philosopher. And in that reincarnation, we need to be doing our best to learn all this, so that when we do cross paths with a dialectician, we listen. Because believers think they know. That's the problem. Why go through that? That sounds crazy. I mean, you have to roll a nat 20 in your reincarnation to have a reincarnation where you cross paths with a philosopher, because of how rare they are on this planet, at least. And you have to roll another nat 20. It's D&D terms. Because I'm cool.
Cool as a cuke.
That's right. Let's roll another nat 20. To have been living a life seeking your excellence of mind and heart, your own personal development and intelligence. That you don't treat him horribly or her horribly. And you listen. Why do we go through that? Why is it that beliefs are so powerful in spite of wisdom being so great? In other words, we have A, to deal with our lesser, and B, free from our lesser, while at the same time, reach the greater. For what purpose? If that's the drama, that's the game, why? Notice, same question as what we started from before we started addressing our chatter's question. If there is a greater and lesser reflection analogically, what's the principle? If there's a truth and false, what's the idea of trueness itself as the noun that has its two kinds of reflections? But notice, thanks to this question, we got to look at the map again. Same question for goodness. If there's goodness and in belief it's distortion, badness, sadism, what's its principle or axiom? If there is a oneness, unity, wholes and parts, and its distortion in its lesser version and belief, division, Jews against Palestinians, Catholics against whatever, everyone, Mormons, not Mormons, Muslims, Protestants against Catholics, MAGA against everyone. So always division. That's why they should never ever be in rulership. You would never have a doctor that says, I like your arms, but I'm really anti-leg. Your arms can only be successful if your legs are suffering. Just like the billionaires can only be successful if we are killing the poor. The Jews can only be successful if we kill the Palestinians. Never happens in medicine. It's no fucking competition. So, division, always and only division. That's why there's no expertise ever, and only harm and sadism. Same question. If there's a oneness in the greater and division and conflict in the lesser, what's the principle? What's that? An anagogic movement from the lesser to the greater, applied one more time from the greater to the ultimate. The principle of true for true and false. The principle of good for goodness and badness. The principle of one for oneness and division. A double jump. In other words, we've been talking about the realm of mind or sameness being the model for the principles that someone with actual expertise can use. But even for a model to function as a model, there has to be some sort of principle even behind that. And what have we been saying? Causes are prior to, more powerful than, and transcendent or independent from its effects. So whatever caused something is greater than its effect. What's the standard or principle or axiom? The one, the true, the good. How do we move from the physical world to mind and then ask what's experiencing that, the self? Could therefore, our question be, is the axiom of all axioms, the one, the true, the good, could these be the eidos of self? And if self is what has the awareness of the lesser and greater, it can't be either. Can't be a belief. The self is beyond belief and physical experience, and it's beyond even our highest transcendent experience, because there has to be something experiencing that. And a experience has a beginning, middle, and end. What's beyond that? So if we describe a peak experience as mind, in the activity of mind, applied to the mind, minding mind, making it a oneness, what would be the equivalent for the self? Sight, seeing sight as the self. Awareness, aware of awareness. The trick is, it's beyond experience. It can't be experienced. It's a different kind of thing, transcendent of experience. That's the rub. So what we've been doing in our human lives is discovering the inherent rationality or the inherent pathologos, the eidos, the aspects of our problems that we experience in our life, in our relationships, in our daydreams, in our fantasies, and in our night dreams. In fact, every possible way mind can communicate to us is sending us messages about these. That's why having a good relationship is key. Every opportunity is either an opportunity to gain insight into the problem you're here to discover, or an opportunity to further solidify you in that problem, which is bad.
Perverts. Let's be honest, perverts.
Like a debate, further entrenching yourself in the debate's beliefs that you are
Debate
defending.
weirdo.
Like a debate weirdo.
Debate pervert.
Like a debate pervert.
Debate weirdo.
That's what I said. Debate weirdo. So, but then, that's one way people can get into this is being curious about their problems. Another way is the sort of question that we got from Reeve today. Hey, what are the ideas? How do we get to these transpersonal principles of eidos or ideas, capital I? We reflected on our highest experiences, not our lowest experiences to see the intelligibility of problems, but our highest experience. We asked, what's beauty? What's the best things you've experienced? A woman, a beautiful painting, a beautiful streamer.
That's funny.
Hey, it's not funny, it's true.
Jester goon maxed.
No, come on. Calm down.
She's a moron. She's a bonked on the head individual, BHI.
I coined that.
Don't call her a BHI.
You know what? Suck my dick.
Oh my goodness, everyone calm down. So we didn't, so we're reflecting on our peak our highest things to say, hang on a second, there is an inherent intelligibility. Now, this highlights that intelligibility doesn't just mean rationality. Because there's a rationality to concepts, like, we're not going to say Mickey Mouse or Ninja Turtles, don't want to trigger Reeve. Mickey Mouse. There's an inherent rationality to Mickey Mouse. There's some things he will say and some things he won't say. He's got a dog, Pluto. Some things he does, there's a rationale, but it's a concept. It's a fabrication or what's the word? Yeah, abstraction. Intelligibility means also knowable. So the intelligibility of the greater. Now there's a kind of intelligibility from our problem in that it can be known in a sense that it can be freed once you understand it sufficiently. It's not known per se, but it's seen sufficiently to be freed from. But the actual logos is known. So what? So we can bring these questions together. What were they? What's the axiom needed for greater and lesser reflection? What's the awareness or sight that has even these peak experiences? If there's an inherent logos or rationality or intelligibility behind the lesser and the greater, what's the axiom or standard or principle for logos itself? And how can we see that if it's unlike our experience of the lesser and greater? It can't come from an experience. In principle, can't. Therefore, the Eastern spiritual traditions won't reach it. Unless, of course, they pick up the logos, in which case they're now Hellenic. Have we seen it? Have we seen that there has to be a standard for truth? A standard for what is the good? A standard for the one? A principle? A model? An axiom? Axioms are not only a standard or principle, but that which we can live our lives according to, the shared ideal in our relationships, and our ideal we seek for ourselves. Therefore, same thing. What's the awareness? Do we call the awareness, or that which has the experience, that which stays the same that's never different? The same that's never different. Do we call that awareness? The whole that is beyond parts? Can we go through and take all of these terms and say the one that isn't many? Not the greater, the one of many, the whole of parts, but the one that transcends? If we are able to do so and point to pure awareness, or sight recognizing itself as pure sight, and recognize necessarily it has to be the standard for these three things, the one, the good, and the true, have we discovered the inherent rationality beyond experience of the self? Therefore, if we ever encounter something that has no qualities, if we ever become aware of awareness itself, or if sight ever sees itself, could we therefore recognize something that will be overlooked by those who haven't gone through this process? What we are experiencing is the standard of what one is, a pure one. Not a one of many, or a whole of parts, pure one. We might recognize that pure recognition of self is the standard of true. It's truth itself. It's the good that we seek. Have we therefore, through our lifetime and many lifetimes of addressing the lesser through its intelligibility, reaching the greater through its intelligibility, come to discover that beyond both is the intelligibility of the self? And if the word for intelligibility is the logos, have we discovered the self-logos? Is that been our point? Is that the ultimate axiom, or that for the sake of which we go through all these ups and downs? Don't know, it's a question, but it's a good question. It's a question we can wonder about. By the way, it's a kind of axiom unlike all other axioms in that you can potentially verify it. Only when you get there you'll be able to see whether or not this axiom has a validity. There you go. So what? So, can we use all of these ideas from the text? The idea that belief is the lesser, the interpretation, or your life becomes hermeneutics, trying to save your beliefs by telling stories that meets your crappy religious beliefs with your own personal beliefs. Well, I don't believe in slavery, so therefore the Bible actually says that slavery actually... Hermeneutics. Telling stories to save the beliefs that you picked up in childhood by matching them with your own personal beliefs. The lesser, it's all relative, claim to expertise. And the greater, actual expertise, has the sameness of the model, relates to differences within that model, but also differences are different sort of differences from the model. Beliefs, or for medicine, the model of the healthy body, the difference of its eidos, ideas, aspects, although the healthy body isn't really eidos because we're using it as an analogy to talk about mind. So the differences within the model, but also the differences from the model. As well as the activities of understanding, analogy, having the lesser is to greater is to ultimate, which we've been using today. A is to B is to C. So we can arrange all of the terms, all the fake eidos, the fake or the aspects of belief that are the cause of problems, the true eidos, as we've been doing today, and wonder about the ultimate, so that we can ultimately reach it. And of course, the other tool of understanding, the dialectic. How do we take any of those terms within A or B or C and organize them according to definition, demonstration, division, and conclusion? So how do we use the ideas we've been developing over the last episodes? Analogy, axioms, anagogic movement, the jump and the double jump upwards, wheel development, and the dialectic, as well as sameness and difference from the text, to answer the question, how do we explore our dreams? Why do we have to explore our dreams? Well, we need sameness and difference. We need to... is it on the board somewhere? So much on the board. We're so smart, my goodness. Oh. Okay. We'll do another diagram one. Put it here. We have to explore or become pregnant with that question and nurture that pregnancy of our questions have to be about which of course we use the X and Y button on our gamepad of Usia and Logos. That's the buttons we can press in our game. And we apply it to beliefs. Why are beliefs so powerful? Why do we believe things that are false, that cause our harm, that ruin relationships, that keep us stuck? And by the way, we've seen analogy helps us to answer that question. It's the lesser. As well as what's understanding? What's the greater? What's true expertise? What does understanding afford us to do, allow us to do that belief can't? Oh, we mentioned, just to finish off that idea from earlier, while belief does unto others and keeps the stagnant cycle of injustice and anger and problems alive, understanding takes us from the specifics or particulars in our own personal experience, particulars of our own personal experience, to the noun, the substantive, to the not specific but general, not the particulars but the model or standard, not our personal experience but the universal. And we can even add principles, causes, axioms, and things up there. That movement is called, that's the jump, the anagogic. The anagogic. The anagogic analogy. And now, OG. From the lesser to the greater. That's what understanding allows us to do. Whereas belief keeps you entrenched in your particulars, your false beliefs, your family traditions, your anger. A is to B, as B is to C. So why as B is to C? Because as you go from the lesser to the greater, being helped by this book that we're reading, so too can you turn around and help someone else. It's a win-win.
It's a win-win-win-win-win-win.
Win-win-win.
Why do you need 50 bananas? So many bananas.
Yes. 50 bananas is so many bananas. That's a lot of bananas.
Dumb bitch.
Hey, calm down. Don't say that, my goodness.
It's great because it's stupid, but it gets a lot of attention, mate.
Hey, is he mocking my accent? So that's the anagogic analogy or the mathematical equation of our true functioning, just as human problems is a veneration of our particulars. It's not my beliefs, God says so, religion. It's not my beliefs, the founding fathers says so, conservatism. It's not my beliefs, the free market says so, capitalism. All of the things that do only harm and sweep death and destruction across our land, bringing ultimately the destruction of all life and the extinction of our planet and species. That's the stagnant, to be stuck in the stagnant, redundant analogy. Belief. So the mathematical equation for human problems is a distortion of the anagogic analogy, the mean analogy, by the redundant analogy. A is to B. Do unto others what was done unto you. No movement to the greater. In fact, this blocking of the movement to the greater is what makes it the problem. So you can say, well, one way of understanding human problems is the lesser, belief. But actually, technically, we all get beliefs and they have a purpose to uncover the false, unsuspected ideas of self we haven't addressed in our previous reincarnations. We need to for our further spiritual development beyond this physical incarnation. So technically it has a purpose. So really our problem is to not do the purpose, which is the anagogic analogy, to instead defend it. Debate. Debate is the perversion of the dialectic. As the stagnant analogy, the redundant analogy, is the perversion of the anagogic analogy. So understanding allows us to do that, to go from the particulars to the general. So understanding allows us to go from the particulars or the lesser difference to the sameness, the universal, the sameness of the model. Understanding also allows us to reflect on that model to see the greater differences, which we took time to define thanks to our fantastic question by our handsomest chatter.
Cookie maxing.
We hope he's eating a cookie. A bit. The greater differences, which was the eidos, or in English, ideas, distinguished with a capital letter from concepts, or the self-logos terms or aspects. Therefore, those two together, as we go through them, so this one here, our movement to the sameness, plus our reflection on its aspects, allows us to beneficially address the lesser differences. Which would be expertise or mastership. Why mastership? You can use the skill you've been developing by going from the physical to the non-physical and reflecting on the non-physical, which is of course the dialectic, to benefit someone. That's the idea of benefit. Well, we've got to beneficially address the lesser differences, or art. The art. To use your skill to benefit, art of philosophical. So that's the true mastership and expertise we should be seeking for ourselves, for our relationship. There's our shared ideal. And there's our standard for what anyone who wants to be in charge of our species must demonstrate, like a pilot must demonstrate the ability to go from his personal opinions about how planes fly, because Jesus carries the plane on the wings of angels. You can't do that and get a qualification. You're out. You have to be able to free yourself from those limiting beliefs to be a pilot. You have to understand the sameness of how planes fly and address the aspects of that model. Not just what's the ideal plane, but what's its parts. What's the cockpit? Cockpit.
Get the fuck out!
Okay, it wasn't a very good joke.
If you're experiencing a mental health episode,
We
we
don't
don't want
wanna
to
hear
have
it,
to
I know.
see that.
Okay, we don't want to see it either. So that's the two aspects to get the expertise that you can then apply it to deal with all of the different planes, all of the different flights, all of the different passengers. So that's the metaphor for what we are to do as human beings. That's the art of philosophical midwifery. To use your own development and expertise to turn around and help someone else. That's true expertise. So as you were helped by this book, you too, so as the book helped you, A is to B, so too you can continue functioning as a student, learning, while also functioning to someone who's lesser than you in their development as a teacher. B is to C. So far we've got, let's go a different color. Understanding, allowing us. 1, that movement. 2, the self-reflection on that. 3, to turn around and address beneficially people who are stuck in the lesser, stuck in beliefs, as midwifery. But also to take all of those 3 together and apply that in the double jump. How can you therefore see, what color? This one. How can you see this sameness model as the lesser to reflect on that and address its cause? Or principle or axiom? Which was taking the lesser and greater together and using both to see, hey, what if the greater was the lesser? What if that greater was still a reflection of something? Not a distorted reflection of the false in the physical world of beliefs and appearances, but what if it was a reflection, a higher reflection of self? Therefore, understanding offers us these 3 things, these 4 things. Let's move it down a little bit. Uh-oh. Okay, I'll move it all down. Here. Move this up a bit here. Whereas, whereas belief keeps us stagnant in the lesser. So belief only has 1. Belief only has this 1 here. Belief only does this one thing. We'll give it a different color. We'll make it purple. No, we'll make it. Stuck. 4 things offered by understanding. Allowing us to therefore map the different dimensions of reality that we can participate in and move through. This one? No. This one. Yes. The physical world. Let's zoom in a bit. The physical world of appearances and belief, or the world of becoming, because everything is in change. The world of being, or the mind, metaphysical or mind. Which is the sameness with the greater kinds of differences, so the higher sameness and the higher differences. And the self. Beyond both. So we can oops. We can put this divisions to explain our ontological development. So ontology is a fancy word for what is, and epistemology is its partner. How do we know what is? Epistemology is, well, understanding versus belief. There we go. So that's neat. So we've got a map. So as we have, according to the book, the definition of a wisdom tradition is that which provides a map for our philosophical development, spiritual development. There we go. We are participating in a wisdom tradition. Hooray. And no one had to shave their head or wear purple robes or pray to Krishna or give their life to Buddha or any of that stuff. All we had to do was become curious, have a desire to learn, and have fun playing the best game. The human game, Homo Ludens, to quote the book. We just had to be cool and handsome, right, Emma?
That's funny.
Stop saying it's funny.
The more holes, the better.
Such a good
Goons. Gooners.
They're like a goon. They're a gooner.
feel like a goon. So notice our excellence is, or mastership is, the higher kind of sameness with the greater sameness and the greater differences. Whereas human ignorance can only deal with lesser sameness of imitation of appearances, lesser sameness of the imitation of physical world of physical world of physical world appearances. That's the lesser sameness dealing with this, of the lesser difference of their personal perspectives. the imitation of true expertise. That's the one thing it can do. That's why when you meet people who are identified with or interested in belief, like the Joe Rogan sphere,
I don't want to eat a monkey.
it's boring. They only can do one thing. It's always the same thing. Find a marginalized group that they can abuse the same way their parents abuse them. That's it. It's never punching up. Joe Rogan will never question the conservatives, the religious, or the capitalists. He has them on their show and licks their nuts, to quote Kyle Klinsky. It's always smug cruelty, sadism. All his jokes are always, aren't immigrants bad? Isn't it fun to send immigrants to concentration camps? It's always the same. Trans people, don't we hate them guys? It's not funny, not actual comedy, it's smug cruelty, sadism. And it's one note. That's why there's only one joke that they repeat all the time. That's why there's never any right-wing comedy. It doesn't exist. Just fascism. Anyway, now we understand why that is. It's one note. Just the one thing it can do, while understanding does those four things we're supposed to be doing. So, there we go. We're expanding out more and reviewing and nailing it down. Hey, if this is universally true, it might be worth spending a couple of episodes to see it in different ways and nail it down for ourselves. Apply it to different questions we get in chat. So it's worth doing, even if it's taken some time. But it's fun. We have fun. Don't we have fun?
The more holes, the better.
Yeah, well, we know what makes Emma have fun.
Gooners.
Goodness.
Can't you just engage with anything in a way that's like meaningful ever? It's just boring, I think, is the problem. I'm just bored of it.
See, that's the thing. That's what we say to the belief-based people. Can't you engage in anything meaningfully? Understanding? It's just boring. We're just bored of it. Absolutely right.
I would scoop the moon in a cup. For
Cup.
you.
For you. For saying such a... That's why it's the Oracle. Everything is always right. And insightful. And profound. Right, RM?
And she spit on him also.
And also, she might have spit on them as well. Emma?
That's funny.
That's kind of funny.
Gooner bait.
It's kind of Guna bait as well. All right. Oh, my stars. Although that was a pretty good run. My soundboard's like half of it's random. Like it's a randomizer. That's why I can fit in so many different drops on a small thing. So that was kind of an actual conversation that made sense. Wasn't it great?
Oh, very handsome and or pretty.
It was handsome or pretty as well. I don't know. That one didn't fit.
The woman? Ugh.
Hey, calm down. Calm down, Emma. All right. So that's what we're making use of. Understanding, that's its four capacities. That's our spiritual journey in that wisdom map. And also here is its distortion, belief. Therefore, we're to get questions about beliefs and understanding, as well as that's the general, that's the sameness, as well as our specific. Specific. Or particular pathologos. So as we learn about beliefs and understanding, there's our X. We get to Y, apply it by doing it to our specific pathologos. In other words, you're not just learning about what it means to have the mastery that we are here to develop, midwifery, you're living it. You will know what it's like to go through it, which is the humanness of it. Just as we are learning about understanding and going through your process of going through these 4 activities to go through these 3 stages of reality. So you're not just learning the art of midwifery, you are feeling in direct experience what it's like for an evolving intelligence to go through that process. That's the humanness, truth and humanness, X and Y. Buttons. So you have to be your specific questions or ADOS ideas. So for example, we had a chatter today, very handsome and or pretty.
I guess. UFOs might be Jesus.
Okay, wasn't very convincing. That was more about UFOs being Jesus. Had a question about ADOS. And as we explored those ADOS, maybe one of them really jumps out at him. I'm really interested in that beauty thing, or that justice thing, or that whole and part thing, or that infinity and limited at the same. What's your question? Why are we... Elia from the book gave us a lot of examples. Why am I here? Why this part of history? Is learning remembering? What's the difference between a unicorn and a Ninja Turtle? What's the difference between a concept and idea? So as he has that question, he will go through the specific pregnancy. What is it like to give birth to that question? He has to then value that question, not ignore it. Hold on to it. Carry it as he reads. Carry it as he reflects on his reading with other people like yourselves in this game. So it's the general and the specific, the same and the difference of both the lesser and the greater. And then our question today is, hang on a second. If that's the turtle crushing of our pathologos, the Koopa Troopers, is Mario, yeah, little hat, and this is the kissing of the princess. There's her big boobs and her juicy ass.
Now we're getting into extreme Jordan Peterson levels of whimsy.
Calm down. We are, but princess with the princess crown. Our question today was, what's that for the sake of which? The double jump. How do both of those come together in reaching the gold star of the Mario Party? Winning the Mario Party. By addressing the general and the specifics, the universal and the particulars, the sameness and the difference, the ousia and the logos, through the activities of ousia and logos that make use of both, can we then make the double jump? To the axiom, to see the axiomatic nature of the self logos. So that we can know and show ourselves. What's the kind of ousia of knowing the self? Is our question. What's the kind of functioning through the logos of showing the self? In other words, what's the X and Y button on the gamepad of the self? And how can we learn about that? By going through the experience of the absurdities and horrors if we are ruled by what the self isn't. Beliefs, when we say isn't, we mean isn't as in the dialectic we explore ideas by saying, what if the idea doesn't exist, but was just relative? It's all relative to personal opinions, perspective. What if beauty was in the eye of the beholder? That kind of thing. What if a fascist's idea of justice is just as true as anyone else? What if religions don't matter, actually? It's just their opinion. It's just their truth. And if they say it's not harmful to teach heaven and hell to children, fucks with their brains, then that's just as true as evidence in science. What kind of absurdities follow in living that life, in being that kid, to those normal religious parents? Everyone thinks that, no one thinks their religion is fanatical or fascistic or fundamentalist. No. It's just common sense. But we experience it. And as we learn to reflect on our experiences, we can see the absurdities and horrors that follow if it doesn't exist. Or if the ideas, beauty, justice, or whatever your specific one is, what if it exists? And then ultimately, what if there is a version of it that a kind of idea or self-logos that transcends existence? Notice this is beyond the dialectic, the way that we normally use in the dialectic. So that's our game. And by the way, what have we been discovering makes use of the two buttons? Well, analogy, slightly different color than that, eh? Analogy, to collect terms, to see the relationships within the parts, to see the questions we've got yet to answer, to compare the terms lesser to greater. So to see the hierarchical arrangement of relationships of the differences and between differences and the dialectic. When we apply it to specific problems, we're developing the art of philosophical midwifery. So what? Well, so that means fundamentally, everything we've been doing about the reading, we have to find a way of uncovering our specific questions, our specific insights, our specific problems, our specific blocks. How do we do that? How do we do that if it's not crazy, if it's my beliefs, it's just common sense. It's just my experience. It's just obvious in the lesser sense. In other words, if our perspective and our language and our way of thinking hides our own problems, how do we surface our specific particulars to go through our purpose? We need dreams.
That's funny.
Stop saying it's funny today.
Jester Goon Maxed.
Okay, both of you, come on.
Listen and learn, morons. This is gangster.
Thank you. Someone's on my side today. Dreams. Therefore, we can't go through either of these things. Why? Because how can we be learning the general or the sameness or the model if our specific problem is a problem because it blocks that movement to the higher? It keeps us stuck in the repeating cycles of our problems. And equally, how do we surface the lesser without listening to our dreams? So, for both the same indifference, or the general and specifics of both the lesser and greater, we need dreams. So, we could say the highest activity where we turn the skill of dialectic into the art of philosophical midwifery happens in dream analysis. So therefore, what we've been exploring in the text, Homo Ludens, man the player, the ultimate game, the noble game, the game we're here to play, seems to be dream analysis. Or that is where it's all leading. Them's the stakes of dream analysis. How can we use all of these terms that we've been using today to build a map of dream analysis? Why? Because all of these terms that has allowed us to understand the meaning of life, the levels of reality, the wisdom map of our development, the true nature of spirituality, the true nature of education, crushing the Turks, kissing the princess and getting that gold star. All of these terms are, thanks to our friend today, the eidos, the self-logos, the inherent aspects of intelligence itself. True thinking, dianoia. True understanding, dianoia. Therefore, if we are to... So, we've been learning how to move from personal interpretation reading, like at high school. What does this book mean to you? Well, Mrs. Johnson, to me, Harry Potter's about Jesus in my heart. Very good. You get an A. Well, to me, Mrs. Johnson, Harry Potter's about believing in your friends. Okay, who cares? A for everyone. Personal interpretation. What do you think it means? That's the nature of ignorance. That's not what the book's about. That's hermeneutics. Saving your own stupid beliefs by telling a story to save them. We've been learning how to do all of these things to the book. We've been learning how to understand. We've been learning the model of reading, not interpretation. Therefore, if we have to do that to raise our mind to meet the level of intelligence of the author, in other words, for us as the lower term, the learner, C, in order for us to match the author, a master of the self-logos, the book is the mean term. He focuses on the book in creating it. We focus on the book in reading it. But what's interesting is he's using the same self-logos dialectic in writing the book, in exploring the ideas, in structuring the whole of the book and its parts and aspects. So he is using the dialectic to create B. We are using the dialectic to read B. That's how the Dharma is passed. Whereas the sick analogy, there's no shared term. As the parent shuts down the child doesn't get to shut down everyone. As the conservative kills the working class doesn't get to kill anyone. The law doesn't apply to the billionaires as it applies to the working class. As the Jews genocide the Palestinians, they don't get to be criticized. No one's allowed to genocide the Jews. One rule for thee, one rule for me. That's why, as the Nazis genocided the Jews, so too the Jews genocided the Palestinians, and so too, and so on until someone fucking wakes up to this. There's always a child and a parent and child, no mutual adults, no sameness, no unity. You only get that by participating in that which is universal, understanding. Belief can never, ever, ever solve problems. It just can't. It's the cause of them. You can't beat up someone to stop violence. It doesn't work that way. Because you're doing the thing that you're trying to stop. You can't drink yourself sober. Maybe that's a better analogy. Forget the violent one because, standing up to tyranny could be seen as a kind of violence, but different. You can't drink yourself sober. Let's put it that way. Have another one. That was old coffee. It's cold now. Boo. This didn't keep my coffee very cool. Maybe I'm gonna have a soft drink instead. All right. So, by participating in analogy, dialectic, sameness and difference, which are the eidos, we are sharing something with the author who created from that state of mind. Therefore, while reading might give us what we need to learn the sameness, our dream maker uses the same dialectic, uses the same logos, uses the same intelligibility. As we are seeking our ultimate goal of knowing and showing the self to get the gold star, it seems the author and our dream maker operates from that to create the analogy. So is that creation via the logos in a way that benefits by helping people go through these two kinds of pregnancies and development? Is that the showing of self that we're after? Could be. Let's add that to our puzzle. Like, what's it all about? What's knowing and showing the self? What's the ousia and logos of the self? Is it some sort of creation process? Are we going through a reversion on the creator by learning to read? I don't know, but that's the point. We are becoming pregnant. So we could say, just as we become pregnant with these two questions, what color? These two questions. Oh, already got a green over here. Just as we become pregnant with these two questions, so too we can become pregnant with this. Why? Because what we're learning about the process of this, we apply analogically to an even higher level. As we reflect on the author, as we reflect on our dream maker. What's that question? What's the ousia and logos of knowing and showing the self? Is it some sort of creation? How do we know that logo so that we can create in this kind of a way so easily? As our dream maker does every evening to a billion or multiple billion different species and animals and dreams. Animals dream. They have the buttons. They can talk to us now. That's amazing. Have you seen these animals that press the buttons? There are pigs that press buttons. There's even like fish that press buttons now. What else is pressing the buttons? There are these buttons that allow dogs and cats and things to talk. That's amazing. And they all use the same buttons, but they're all different. They're all unique. I saw one dog on Instagram that presses the buttons with his back legs. He stares at the owner and presses them with his back legs. My favorite's probably Flambeau. There's Flambeau, a big fluffy dog. It's so cute. Oh, he presses the buttons and then just stares until she's been understood. And once she's been understood, she gets so happy and she shakes her whole body and her little butt. Oh, it's so cute. But yeah, they dream. They talk about their dreams, some of them. So, all of these sorts of things are coming to build this question and pregnancy of the gold star. That for the sake of which we go through this human game. Oh my goodness, look at that. Fuck.
It's sad. And I'm sad for you.
Oh, don't be too sad for me. I just deleted everything accidentally.
The woman? Ugh.
Hey, don't say that about the Oracle. Come
You're
on.
a little bitch ass baby.
That's right. They should call you a little bitch ass baby.
If you're
Do that.
experiencing a mental health episode, he's so far up his own ass.
I'm not doing anything.
All these people are so stupid.
Okay, that was fair. So, how can we use these tools of reading and understanding these universal aspects that are not personal, not particulars, not because the founding fathers did them, that we are just discovering by using our mind to know our mind, to use understanding to understand understanding itself, to look at our dreams, because dreams seem to be necessary for all three. Question about the ultimate functioning and knowing of the self as the kind of model, giving us the specifics to explore our specific beliefs, and also guiding us in our insight and development of understanding, and our peak states of mind we can have in dreams. Therefore, 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
Thank you, caveman.
1, 2, 3.
All right, that's too much. Calm down.
Fuck.
Ah, fuck. All three are needed for dreams are needed for all three. We've been building up a map on how to do that. But what's the time? But it's a bit messy. Let's begin from the beginning and address the first thing. How do you start? How do you open your dream analysis? Like, where do you begin? Where do you get your first puzzle? And how can we use all of these terms to answer that question? How do we begin the greatest game? How do we begin or open our dream? Not interpretation, that's the bad thing. Dream analysis. That's where we start. Because, as the Oracle points out,
You're not going to magically force someone to want to get better. You have to come to that conclusion yourself. You have to want to get better.
we need to start with our own motivation.
The more holes, the better.
Not that kind of motivation.
Queen of Gooning.
We need to open with a question. So we are. Let's take a quick break to get a snack, and we'll get back into this. And stretch my back. I'm getting a bit of a cramp. Be back in a few minutes. So do this. All right. So It was a bit of a review, but fantastic question. Thank you. We only have the best chatters asking the best questions, but it was worth exploring that question, and it allowed us to pull all of the key ideas from the book. Hasn't it been an interesting journey? We're close to 40 episodes in. This book is a goddamn banger. Top 10 books. Must read. Must read. Fucking banger. But we started in this cafe with these people here. Look at these jabronis. This guy, then this guy, and she was there as well. There was even that weirdo guy who showed up. This guy here. And from that, we were able to build this map of humanity, all intelligent life, and also map out what allowed us to create that map. Map out the understanding, well, to explore understanding itself. Haven't we come so far? Aren't we doing great? Yes, we are. But also, it's worth pulling all that together because it ended up with us seeing the significance of dreams. And as we go through learning to map out dream analysis, we can see why it's worth doing, why it's worth investing the time to do, why it's worth recording your dreams each morning and spending some time looking at it. Why it's worth buying a coffee for your friend so long as they agree to ask you the midwifery questions about your dream to encourage your reflection. It's the greatest activity. It's our highest functioning as human beings. If these three aspects, crushing the turts, kissing the princess, and getting the gold star, and winning the Mario Party, if that's the game, the greatest activity in playing that game, the necessary activity is dreams. By the way, Socrates points this out in the Republic as well. He said, only through dream analysis can you get the specific content you need to uncover the blocks that allow you to follow the dialectic that I am taking you through. So Socrates says that to Glaucon in the Republic, because Glaucon wants to go, hey, we've been talking about this peak experience of mind here, because in the Republic we've been talking about this. The Republic itself is a physical world analogy of a government that doesn't exist. It's not a real, it should never be taught as a political thing. Well, only secondarily, I suppose. But it's nothing other than an analogy in the physical world to learn about justice as one of those aspects in mind. And then Glaucon says, that's fantastic, but you've been saying that even mind is like the sunlight of the sun. What's the ultimate reality? What's the self? Or what's the one or the good itself? Sorry, so I can't take you there. Not from my lack of being willing. My lack of good faith or desire. No. Faith's the wrong word. You've hit your limit. And only through dream analysis can you surface the specific content that you need to look at to address your specific personal beliefs that will prevent your participating in that higher dialectic. So, what are we doing? We're rediscovering Socrates. It's not his beliefs, it's just something there to be seen for all those who care to see, care to look. So, worth pointing out that the significance of dreams as we jump into this activity. But how do we begin? We need a question, and we need a sound drop to mix it up while I have some...
I have known people who go to therapy, but they don't actually want to grow and improve and change as people. They just use all the therapy speak
to help, like, continue being a shitty person.
Yes. Debate. Academic philosophy. Use the speech of what we're doing here not to overcome your beliefs, but to continue being stuck in that stagnant analogy. Save beliefs.
Not my beliefs.
Debate perverts.
Debate pervert. I'm a debate pervert
And I have an axiomatic
of the Bible.
Disgusting. I'm so disgusted.
So, so where do we start? You've recorded your dream. If you were clever, use the hack. Set because our dreams come every 90 minutes to 2 hours. So set an alarm for every 90 minutes to 2 hours to wake yourself up. Hit the record on your app. Record it. Transcribe it. There are programs that can do it for free. Save you some time. Print out a couple of copies. Give one to your friend. Or look at it yourself if you don't have a friend to play that game with. But ultimately, we want to find people to play with because that's the book told us to do. So how do we open it up? How do we have our dream now? Where do we start? What's the puzzle? We need to be curious. Remember, it's truth and humanness. We need that humanness. We need to have a puzzle. It's midwifery. We need to be pregnant. How with a question? Where do we start? And how do we use everything we've been learning about with analogy, dialectic, and sameness and difference to figure that out? That's our challenge. Well, let's start with the dialectic. That's a nice place to start. Just to remind, the dialectic has definition, the subject or the self, or you could even say sameness. In fact, the Greeks had the same word for same and self. Demonstration. How does that subject or sameness function to another, or difference? Division. How does that other relate to other others, or the different kind of difference? And conclusion. As a result, can you synthesize a single other from those divisions that you can then relate back to the subject or the self or the same? How do you relate back to the model or the same that you started with? Return to the source. Why? Because synthesis and analysis are the two aspects of conclusion. So returning to the source. What does that mean? That means that the underlying principle that unfolded or was the cause that unfolded became the goal or that for the sake of which we were converting. Converting has like a religious connotation. It's not that. Not converting to a belief, but converging or returning or reverting upon. Therefore, together. The principle also being a goal equals axiom. It's the axiom or the original principle that you have to trust to play the game, that in this game you are also seeking to reach yourself. So it's the goal. Actually, there's three things here, isn't there? There's the cause that unfolds, there's the goal that you return to, and there's the process of reverting. So it's, you could say it's therefore the original principle, the axiom you have to trust to begin the game. Problems are solvable by seeking the inherent intelligibility of the pathologos. Axiom 2. Our excellence is reachable. Kiss the princess. By following the inherent intelligibility of the logos. And the gold star. Axiom 3. That for the sake of which the self is knowable and showable by, therefore, seeing the self logos, the inherent intelligibility of the self, which also relates somehow to our dreams. So the axiom 3, our dreams is our guide. So that's the, therefore, knowing the self, or something about the dream maker, is our goal, as well as the principles, but as well as it's the axiom, it's our maxim that we live by. It's our, not catchphrase, it's the wrong word, it's our way of being in the process, in the relationships with our soul or our world or our partners. It's what defines it. You seek your problems, you seek your excellence and your peak experiences together, and you look at your dreams together. There's our axiom. So how do we get that first question? Let's start with, so what do we want? We want to get the first question of our dream. Let's start with definition. What is the dream saying about yourself? Not how you function, yourself in relation to itself. We're looking for something to get curious about. Is there a puzzle? Looking for the opening puzzle. Definition. What's your character? What's the self itself? Is there a puzzle? Are you a strange character in your dream? What are you in the dream? Is there a puzzle there? Are you a strange character? Do you have a strange perspective? Something stand out as puzzling about you, your character, yourself in the dream? How are you relating to yourself in the dream? Demonstration, yourself in relation, but we're in the, normally it's self to others, but here we're just in the category of definition. How are you relating to yourself? Or how does this character of yourself function in your state of mind? It's your state of mind in the dream. To yourself, or when you're by yourself, or when you're alone, or in the dream, to or by yourself. Any interesting states of mind that jump out as puzzling? High, low, weird, confusing? We're looking for something that puzzles you. To open up the dream analysis. This is just the opening. This is just the very first stage. This is the opening. Division. From that state of mind, how are you relating to yourself? What role are you playing to yourself? Are you ruling? Are you leading? Are you following? What role? How are you relating to yourself? How are you functioning from that state of mind? Not how yourself is demonstrating in your state of mind, but how are you functioning from that? Is there a weird? Are you relating to yourself in a weird way? Anything puzzling? Anything that stands out as unusual? What are we looking for? We're looking for something that the language of our dreams comes in repetition. Oops. Yeah. Sameness. Is there something like, for example, repetition? Is something jumping out at you because it's a sameness, or it repeats, or it doesn't change, or does it jump out at you because it's different? It's really weird or unique. About any of these things. Looking for something in your dream that stands out, jumps out at you as worth focusing on, worth getting puzzled about. And finally, conclusion. Notice this is all about yourself. What are you? Are you some weird character? Do you have some weird character in the dream? You're the main character. It's a movie starring you. You're Tom Cruise. How do you feel about yourself? Your weird perspective in the dream? What are you doing to yourself in the dream? Are you ruling yourself? Are you caring for yourself? Or is there some weird way of treating yourself that seems to be not fitting, different from what should be in the dream? Now, notice when we say different, we don't mean different to your everyday life. This is within the context of the dream. This is within the context of the dream. The dream universe has its own rules, has its own universe, has its own intelligibility. Like we talk about, you don't bring a key from Silent Hill into the Resident Evil universe to open a gate. It has to be within the context of that game. The intelligibility of that game, the rules of that game. So is there anything different that was strange or repeating or emphasized through a sameness at how your state of mind or how you're treating yourself? And finally, conclusion. Is there a puzzle to be seen? Reaching. Move it in a little bit. Is there anything curious to you, puzzling to you about your choice of goal or goals in the dream? Is this? Can you start there? Next. From definition to demonstration. Again, once again, sameness and difference. Can you find something puzzling about how your character relates to others in the dream? Definition. How are you seeing yourself? How are you seeing in the dream? How's your thinking? in the dream? How's your acting upon what you are seeing and thinking in the dream? Is there a problem there? Is there a block there? Is there a limit there? Is there a difference there? Is there something to get curious about? In your own demonstration, yourself. How well are you doing in your functioning? In the dream. Demonstration. Ah, come on. Fuck.
Like literally suck my dick, dude.
Hey, come on.
Please end kink shaming on your show.
Okay, we will end kink shaming. We will agree with all of those requests.
In the final quarter of the ball game, you have to throw it in, and that's when it all matters. It's all up to that one moment.
Exactly. All up to this moment of how to kick off our dream analysis in the ball game.
And she spit on him also.
What?
Gooner!
What do we think? I can pause for a second while I think. So I was just thinking if there was an inherent structure within the different ways of kicking off this beginning. Right, okay, so demonstration. So in your functioning, so within the drama of the dream itself and how you're relating to others, is there a particularly high or low state of mind that you are curious about in the dream, that you want to focus on, that you can kick it off? Kick off your wonder. It just gets you curious. Division. Is there a greater or lesser, as our analogy, role that you play to others in the dream within the context of the drama? Role in the drama. Let's skip ahead to division. There's more meat in the division one. So that's yourself and how you function. Oops. But what about the divisions of the dream itself? Within the within the divisions. So that's your functioning that we were just talking about in the others, in the other divisions of the dream. Is there a division of the dream where an idea is defined? An idea is defined most strongly. Is there a scene or a moment or a dream? If you've got many dreams from that evening, is there a dream or a scene where it's most strongly defined? Is that defined idea demonstrated? Is there a development of an idea? I wonder if this should... Anyway, we'll review it in a bit. Is there a development of an idea? It's the same idea developed. That you want to, that is jumping out at you, that is curious, that is drawing your attention. Within the divisions that you've got of the dream, the different scenes or whatever. Division. Is there an idea? Is there a contrast shown? Of an idea. Opposites. And by the way, and the development of the idea can be not just the development of the idea itself, but the idea, the same. So this would be sameness, this would be difference. So we could put sameness and difference because those are the two ideas we're using from the text. Sameness is the same idea developed, or shown or expressed in different contexts. To express more nuance, more of the idea. Or difference because you've got a few different divisions of your dream recorded, scenes or whatever, what have you. Is that idea being expressed by contrasting it with its not? We are contrasting it. Contrasts shown of the idea, opposites, or showing what it isn't. Now this is interesting because what we were just exploring about life itself, we express our problems and our beliefs to learn about the self by seeing what it isn't, the pathologos. We have our excellence. We have a development of our states of mind or ideas and understanding, and deeper development of what is. So we're learning about what the self. We're learning about the self by showing what happens if it does exist. What if it is? To learn the logos. And ultimately, both of those are diminished reflections of the original definition for us to know the self. To learn the self logos. Through experiencing through time the idea of, by showing what it ain't, development of what it is, so we can ultimately know and show the self that's beyond even experience. Sound fun? Isn't it interesting that it plays into the structure of exploring dreams? Why? Well, it must therefore share a same intelligibility. So the power or structure of the logos, the dialectic, applies to our everyday life as it does exploring ideas and dreams. Should that add to our question about the dreams and Dreammaker? What do you say, Emma?
That's funny.
Everything's funny for you today,
Well, that's not true because I don't think so.
but I think so.
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I aura mog you because I'm joy maxing so hard, that just sounds like your cortisol levels are spiking for no reason.
That's right.
Oh, to be a man. Honorable. Filled with honor. And he is walking that talk, man.
Conclusion. So conclusion, synthesis from these divisions, or from the unfolding of the idea into the differences. Is there something that stands out that relates back to the idea? What would that be? Is there a key phrase or logos that jumps out at you within the context of the dream? Or a turning point? Is there a turning point? Is there a moment within the different divisions of the dreams that you've unpacked and you've explored, you've transcribed and you're reflecting on with your friend over a coffee or a grape soda? Cheers.
Perverts. Let's be honest, perverts.
Perverts?
In the final quarter of the Jester Goon Maxed.
On the final quarter of the Jester Goon Max?
I'm too pure. I'm cute. Like, they're secretly turned on by it.
All right. No
They're
love.
like a goon. They're a gooner.
Soundboard characters are being weird. Is there a turning point where the idea turns around, changes, develops? In a positive or negative way? Lucia. Is there a turning point in the drama of the dream, in the divisions of the dream? Is there a key phrase that highlights an idea or stands out, jumps out as unique or weird or different? So any of these are possible things you can wonder about to get curious and say, that's when I'm going to dive in. I'm going to start at that point of the dream. Conclusion. Our lives are like a dream. States of mind, roles, choice of goals, ups and downs, turning points, development of things, all of this stuff. Do you think there's this sort of reflection after we die? Or is there something necessary for the development of understanding that it has to be through time? In other words, what we learned about the greater, those peak experiences, are experienced as a oneness, goodness, bliss, beauty, and the truth, nothing more real. And it's only in our reflection in the afterglow through time. See, if this is out of time, or, well, all of in time and all of out of time together as a oneness, because oneness. Doesn't seem that it meets the conditions for the development of understanding, which is ticket, the game, to develop and master the Dianoia. However, when we wake up each morning, so long as we've been practicing genuinely, genuine intentions and doing our best to record our dreams, we have the capacity to reflect on a lifetime. In time. What's the significance for our soul's development if that's the case? Does it highlight once again the importance of what we're doing here with dreams?
Butt to butt, I'm cute. Like, it's cutie pie.
Butt to butt, you're cute?
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
Okay, we should love that then.
Be a reasonable gooner.
Okay, so long as she's a reasonable girl. All right. Conclusion. How are you relating back to the idea or the self? Or the subject? Or the same? Definition. The self itself, the subject itself. What's the subject? The conclusion, the goal. What can you say about it itself? Is there anything curious about the choice of goal in the dream that stands out at you as curious, as worth wondering about, talking about, reflecting on, and focusing on where you're going to jump in and begin your dialectic and analogy reflection of the dream? Demonstration. Did you reach it, therefore? How did you reach it? Did you reach it? How did you reach it? The goal. Did you reach it justly, fairly, or with injustice? How did you reach it? Justice? Did you reach it with your highest expression of beauty? Did you go for the most beautiful person? If it's a sexy dream, did you go after the person you considered most beautiful? Or did you settle for something less than your ideal? Did you seek to reach your goal ultimately with excellence? That's our standard. The excellence of the Pathologos is to be free of problems. Crush the turds, all of them. The excellence of our goals is the peak experience of mind, which is its inherent intelligibility. If beauty, justice, bliss, infinity, all of these things are aspects, that means that there must be some pattern allowing for these, some cause, inherent intelligibility within the peak experience of Usia or intelligence or being, allowing for all those divisions that we can develop through. Therefore, our standard of this peak experience isn't just to bliss out, it's to develop through it to see the peak logos of mind. Excellence is our standard. Excellence of understanding. To do that, reach that, share it. So, how did you reach the goal? How did you do it? Says the goal. How did you demonstrate that? Division. Okay. Having reached the goal in the different divisions that you continued to play out, did you maintain the goal? Or did you not? Did you neglect it? Or not see it? So once again, division once again. Did you see the goal? Did you think about the goal? And did you act to maintain that goal? The divisions, seeing, thinking, and acting in relation to the goal that you had reached. Should you have reached it? Oh, we missed. No, we're fine, we're fine. Finally, conclusion. Other back to self. Having reached the goal, did you, what's the expression? Push the implications. Did you use it to go further? In other words, our standard of excellence is keep going. You reach enlightenment, keep going. You see something about your problem, keep going. See more about your problem. You master a dialectic, keep going. Share it with your friends. Keep going. You go further. You push the implications of your conclusion. As we've been learning to do in our text. So all of this stuff we've been learning to do in the book itself. So the pushing the implications of recognizing that all human problems are caused by belief. Well, if that's the case, must we be teaching it in schools? Push the implications. If we're going to be teaching beliefs in school, should we be teaching it the excellence as well? Not just the turd crushing, but the princess kissing. Push the implications. If this is our standard for all human relationships, should it be the model that we demand for politicians or any leaders of our society that has a rulership over souls? Necessarily. Any car, gotta know mechanical engineering, can't just be a personal belief. Therefore, is it about voting or is it about demonstrating understanding and the ability to apply the understanding to benefit all? So that we don't cross our fingers. I hope this politician wasn't lying. Oh, he was lying. I guess he gets to murder our children. I guess he gets to take all the shit. I guess he gets to fuck us over. 'Cause he was lying. Oh well, ha 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 ha. No, that's stupid. Why is that a fucking standard? Push the implications. Use it to go further. Did you? Did you get stuck? Why is that? Other back to self. The other here is having reached the goal. Something to do with knowing the self. So maybe you did choose a good goal. Maybe you did reach it in a beautiful way. Oh, okay, whoops. Did you reach it? And how did you reach it? Excellence? Did you maintain the goal? Did you see that you'd reached the goal? What did you think about the goal? Were you blind from it? Did you not neglect? Did you reach a success in your dream, but you didn't acknowledge it? You didn't see it was a success. You didn't value it. You missed it. And therefore you didn't nurture it. You didn't develop it. You didn't maintain it. You didn't celebrate it. You didn't share it with your friends. And therefore you couldn't go to the next step and push the implications, build on it, go further. Ultimately, to know the self. Building is a good word. Use it or build upon it. Make it the new normal. Build upon it. Did that happen? Was it curious that it happened? Then that could be your opening curiosity. Was it curious that it didn't happen? That could be a curiosity. So these are all to do with your conclusions. These are the different divisions within the dream. A division that defined an idea more strongly. Oh, focus on that part. Oh, it demonstrates a development. Oh, I got better and better. Or the idea changed. Or different context. I was doing this well, but then in this context, it was in this way. Ooh, different nuances of that idea. Oh, difference. What? Had it there, didn't have it here. This thing happened here, but that thing happened there. That could be the dream analysis for this particular dream. So these are opening wonders, but also different dreams might lend itself to different things. A key phrase, again, sameness or difference. Was it a unique phrase that stood out, that didn't fit, was weird? Or was it a phrase that repeated? Again, sameness and difference. Sameness and difference. Or was there if that's a logos, was there a turning point in the drama? Logos and ousia. See how we lean on these things? We lean on the dialectic to explore an idea. I don't know that this was going to happen. I know that I haven't got it right. I haven't nailed it down. There's still some, maybe in the hundreds or thousands of dreams that I've reviewed or participated in or been present to, they're all different. And I'm thinking, were there times when the dream began differently in this particular, like, have I missed any? Have I missed any ways of opening the dream or beginning the curiosity? Now, one curiosity is opening with what the dreamer thinks the dream means. And then using any of these questions, and we've got the thing with the dialectic is this self and other, and sameness and difference, repetition or uniqueness. And this dialectic structure gives us a sort of a model to solidify our understanding. If it's the most meaningful activity, it's good to draw on this. Like, I don't know, where do I start with this dream? Oh, here you go. Jump. Which of these works? By the way, if you take any of these ideas and you personify them as a character, and then you make a drama to link these ideas in the structure, that's a mnemonic device, a memory device. That's also mythology, but that's also exactly what we're aiming for, because that's how the dream maker functions to create. So he has to demonstrate that inherent intelligibility. So now that we've nailed down the inherent intelligibility of how to do the first step in dream analysis, become puzzled, direct our focus, we can be like the dream maker and create a myth, create a dream, create a story to remember it or share it. We're being like our ideal. Like the author of the book that we've been reading. You could do that. Have fun, make a story, make a little comic book. You can pull from an existing cinematic universe, or you can make your own. So the different puzzles about the goal, puzzles about the divisions, the idea expressed within the divisions of the dream itself, puzzles about your own functioning within the drama of the dream, demonstrating yourself. Oh. Conclusion. Did you, as a result of the role, from a lesser or greater role that you've been drawn to, from a state of mind, see, I'm wondering if seeing, hearing, and thinking sounds a lot more like the divisions. I think maybe we can. Well, maybe here's a good cop out. No, it's not cop out. Here's a good thing to say. Hey, this is a starting point. Rearrange them. Fill in the gaps. Try it yourself. See what works for you. Is there something else that you discover really works in getting puzzled about, or to find the section of the dream you want to begin? Success or failure? In terms of your goal, as a result of your demonstration or functioning to others. The role you played, the states of mind you're in, and in and of yourself, you're seeing, thinking, and acting in the dream as a whole. So we could say this is a whole into parts. We can see this as a sameness and difference. We could see that we're looking for limits or freedom. In your role, were you greater or lesser? Were you limited? Or were you free? We're using greater and lesser. And we're applying it to the dialectic structure, but the terms within the dialectic structure back to the beginning of today's talk, the eidos, the ideas, the inherent aspects of pure intelligibility and reality, and the self if it existed. Because the self is beyond existence. It's an if. So, just as our dreams, if this happens, here are the divisions. Here is the... So, real quick. So we're using those self-logos aspects that we have been defining to figure things out. Figure out the first question of the first step of dream analysis. How do we get puzzled? Where do we begin? How do we open it up? See? Whole and part, same and different, like and unlike. Limited, unlimited, rest and motion. Out of time, in time. Right? What haven't we used so far? Rest and motion. Did you get the goal, or did you not? Did you not even reach the goal? Were you still spinning your wheels at the end of the dream? Did it not conclude even? In time or out of time? Do you have any peak experiences out of time? Were you stuck in time? Limit and unlimited. Were you blocked or were you free? Like and unlike. The development of the ideas. This is what the idea is like in its development. This is what it's unlike, the contrasts. All of them lesser and greater. What are the other ideas? Beauty. Hey, did you reach your goal with beauty? Was your role just? Was your goal beneficial? Did you reach the goal with excellence? Did you build on that goal to ultimately know the true nature of reality or know the self? So using the ideas. In other words, these ideas are used for everything. Because it's the model. But today's theme was lesser, greater, and ultimate. Here is the Turts. Here is the princess. What's the gold star of the Mario Party? Here is the inherent intelligibility of the pathologos of human problems in belief. Here is the inherent intelligibility of the logos in human excellence of understanding and mind. What's the axiom for that? The axiom as the goal and the principle to begin the unfolding, the axiom as the goal that we reach at the end of it, and the axiom that we follow every step of the process. What's the standard? And how is that the self-logos? Therefore, if all of our exploration has been greater and lesser, whole and parts, sameness and difference, repetition and uniqueness, where's the ultimate? The ultimate, our ultimate goal, seems to be something about the ability to know the self-logos beyond its expression in the ups, in the greater, the downs, in the lesser, in dreams, which necessarily must be the state of being for that which can create that kind of mythology or drama. Therefore, as all of these questions to begin our curiosity are about the greater and lesser, all the way through, every step of the way through, we can also ask the question, what does it say about the dream maker itself? That's the ultimate. That seems to be, the more and more we reflect, our standard for not only knowing the self, but showing the self. And we get to participate in it every morning that we want to reflect. Pretty amazing?
If you're experiencing a mental health episode, do a poggers.
If you're experiencing mental health, do a poggers?
That's funny.
Hey, you said it.
And she spit on him also.
Oh, did she?
Everybody should love sluts. I love sluts.
All right, we'll love her for being that slut.
They're like a goon.
Oh my goodness.
They're a gooner.
That's a mean thing to
Fuck.
say. All right. So, yourself in the dream. What were you? Is there something weird about what you were? I was a chicken in the dream. Or I experienced myself in a weird way. Wait, no, that would be the character. Yeah. What was your state of mind in the dream? Were you experiencing yourself in a different way, experiencing reality in a weird, in an interesting way? Again, high or low? You're looking for a puzzle, greater or lesser? Or ultimate, if you have one of those sorts of dreams, but not as common. Your state of mind in relation to yourself. Because we're in the definition section, yourself. In relation to yourself, what was your definition? What was your character in the dream? Is that a puzzle? Is there something puzzle about that? I was a chicken in a dream. What? That's weird. What was your state of mind? I was flying. I was the best chicken. I was in a flow state, flying through the sky. All the other chickens were cheering for me. Is that an interesting state of mind in relation to yourself? Or maybe there was something unique that jumped out. So sameness or a difference. How were you relating to yourself? Were you ruling yourself? Were you a slave to the pathologos? Were you guiding yourself justly? And what was your choice of goals? What did you choose for yourself? Notice our standard of goal would be other back to self. Shouldn't our choice of goal be something to do with knowing the self? So now that we've been exploring your character definition in the dream, how are you functioning? As a whole, what would you say about your seeing, hearing, and thinking? Or was there your seeing, thinking, and acting? So were you seeing well? Were you judging it well, thinking well? And were you acting upon your seeing and thinking? Or not? Either or, greater or lesser. Could be a puzzle. It's what jumps out at you as curious. Now, you can start the dream by saying, this is what I think the dream means, or this is why I think I'm having it now, and write it down. Why? Because if you knew the answer to your dream, why would you be getting the dream here and now? Elia's question, why here and why now? Feel bad today. And the reason we do that is, after we explore the dream, we can go back to that original definition after going through the rest of the dialectic, see how the dream was functioning, explore the divisions, and coming to a conclusion. We can go back to that original definition and compare it greater to lesser. In other words, your lesser, what did you think the dream meant, and how does it relate analogically to the greater? And the reason we do that is, it may turn out to be that the difference between what you thought the dream was and what the dream was actually saying is another expression of the very problem the dream is pointing to. Not only is that cool and beautiful and profound and make us more curious about the profundity of the dream maker and how he may perceive outside of in time and out of time, that transcendent axiomatic causal way, but also it's another demonstration of that problem in real life. So this is just the beginning opening step. This is just the puzzle. But as we go through dream analysis further, we want to see how this problem in the dream is demonstrating in our present. And having that real-time demonstration right here and right now can be handy to reflect on that very problem that you now have insight into. So now you can apply your understanding in real time. You can move very quickly. So you can ask, or you can write down, or if you're the midwife, you can ask the question, what do you think it's about? And then write it down somewhere and come back to it at the end. Because it allows for that quick application, because everything we get from our dream analysis, we have to apply in our real world as we choose our goals and move towards our goals and seek our goals with excellence and to maintain and develop upon them to ultimately reach our most meaningful goals. That's the application of our understanding. That's the ousia of the logos. Gotta test it. Otherwise, it's just a theory or just a hypothesis. Having that real-time experience allows you to do that extra step right here and right then. So it's an opportunity, that's a possibility for those who are more mature, more intelligent, open, or familiar with dream analysis. That's an option that you can do to move quickly like a rogue. A thief class in D&D. Roll some nat 20s. So, as a whole, is there something curious about how you are seeing, or a limit? Was there a limit, a limitation? Or not? Or was it something really well? Or was there an excellence in what you were doing? And you're seeing, you're thinking, or you're acting upon that. States of mind, is there a high and low state that jumps out at you, is really curious? Was there a role that was particularly interesting that stood out to you that you curious about? I've never played that role before. Well, that's a familiar thing. I wonder why that was coming up. Something about whether or not you reached the goal. Having function in this way yourself, through that state of mind, via that role, yourself to others in the drama. Did it end up in a success or failure? A weird kind of a success? A limited success? Once again, limit. So for each of these, is there a limit or an unlimited? Way that you reached the goal? Did you have a success, but was it limited? What jumps out at you? So that's yourself to others and the divisions of the dream. Is there a part of the dream where an idea is expressed most strongly? In the different divisions of the dream, is there a development of an idea? Or the same idea expressed in different nuance? Hey, this is generally you doing well in this particular scene, and now here's more specifically. Ooh. And is even more specifically, maybe more nuance. Maybe pointing to something that this is what you're doing well, you're even doing it well here, and even more here. But if you get really right down to the nitty-gritty, you might be able to, nitty-gritty is a strange word, you might be able to develop this or see this part about what you're doing. Does the divisions of the dream show a contrast? This is what it would be with this thing or without it. With this state of mind or without it. With this idea of self or without it. With this belief about yourself or without it. With this role without it. With this leadership, mastership of your own soul. And this is you without it as a slave to some idiot and their stupid ass beliefs. Once you're in this game, who else are you going to be a slave to? Like, who else is playing this game? Who else is qualified, if this is the qualification for actual knowledge and expertise? By the way, why ever be a slave to someone else's ignorance? Because a true guru will do nothing other than provide the conditions, which is midwifery, for you to develop self-mastery, because that's the fucking goal. Anyone who says, trust me, bro, is fucked and shouldn't be trusted. It's to help your own reflection through understanding, and then again providing, so this would be society, provide the ideal conditions for self-reflection. So everyone's needs are met. Rationally, renewably, sustainably, using all technology and resources, not the fucking Epstein class, ignorant fucking bullshit, capitalist competition horseshit we have today. And then the ideal conditions for testing it. Everyone encouraged not to sell their labor to be exploited by the fuckheads of the world, but to approach your most meaningful goals in the most meaningful way. The ideal conditions for Logos and Usia, understanding and testing it. That's our standard. This is the ideal world that progressives should be marketing. True education. And whether or not the world catches on to it, this is still the standard we can have. Maybe in the next lifetime, maybe in the next galaxy, maybe doesn't matter when. Doesn't matter whether the society you happen to be incarnated into or existing in or experiencing is going along with it. You can rule yourself this way. Rule yourself kindly. Create the ideal conditions for your own self-reflection and your own testing it by going for your own most meaningful goals with excellence and supporting yourself every step of the way. Because it's only a win-win. You either get it and you can reflect on it and build on it, learn on it. If it's a success, reflect and understand. If it's a failure, oh great, you can learn something about what you're here to discover. So whether or not it's success or failure, it's what you do with it. Self-reflection and Logos, Usia and Logos, dialectic, midwifery. Always. One activity we have to do, that's it. There's your one standard. Who should be the leaders of the world? What should education be on? How do we rule our world? It's one thing. Philosophical midwifery. This is the greatest expression of it. So, what was that tangent all about? Reflecting, before that, nuances. Right, creating the ideal conditions. Or are you not? Are you silencing self-reflection? Are you being a thug or a bully to yourself or others? And as we ask these, midwifery is the practice of doing that. True rulership. No demands or fascistic bullshit or power over others. Asking the questions that create the ideal condition for self-reflection and understanding. In a relationship where you can keep coming back. It's not a get it right or else, like everything else in our sick fucking society. Get it right or go to jail. Get it right or get fired. Get it right or no healthcare. Get it right or starve. Fuck off with your bullshit, everyone else. Jesus Christ. This is the standard, and this is what we practice. And we create the conditions for that for others and for ourselves. So are you doing that in this scene, but not in that scene? If you recognize, oh shit, this stream has two scenes. One is I'm doing this thing, the other thing I'm doing the opposite of this thing. That's amazing. That's our approach to that dream. That's our opening question. Is there a key phrase? A weird thing that jumps out at you for some reason? Either weird because it's something familiar or it doesn't fit the context of the dream. Why is the dream doing this and this and this and this? And then all of a sudden there's this weird phrase that doesn't fit. That can jump out at you. That's where you can start. Jump in. That can be your opening. Or is there a turning point? Wow, it's going well until this point. My state of mind was going well until this point. My functioning was going well until this point. My approach to my goal was going well until this point. My seeing, hearing, and thinking was my seeing, thinking, and acting upon that going well until this point. Key phrase, Logos, turning point, Usia. See? Standards again. Because it's usually goes back down to those things, X and Y, Usia and Logos. It's a handy thing to recognize. See, I started with key phrase and turning point. Oh yeah, that's once again Logos and Usia. And that's it. So we're doing it, and we're reflecting on what we're doing, and we're putting the self-logos on it. So I could have just said key phrase and turning point. That's okay. But ousia-ing it and using the self-logos is the very thing that we are here to do. In everything we do. Whether we're doing good things like this or our problems. Don't just feel bad about your problems. Ousia it, reflect on it, and put the self-logos terms on it. It's that self-reflection ousia with the self-logos terms that is specifically the movement from the particulars, the specifics of your personal experience to the model, to the universal, to the principles. That's the anagogic movement of the anagogic analogy, the upward movement. That's our development. So whether we're doing this, whether we're reading, whether we're doing reflecting on our problems or reflecting on our dreams, whatever we're doing, the game is the ideal leadership, the ideal conditions for development and growth in this life and in any society, species, time, lifetime, is the ideal conditions to reflect on our experiences and put the self-logos terms on it. That's understanding. Therefore, this kind of reading and reflection is necessary to get those self-logos terms that we can then apply to our problems, our life, our relationships, and our dreams, and our lifetimes. Maybe. It's the understanding part that we apply. The logos, it's the self-logos that we ousia apply in our reflection. So, as we've been going through, I haven't just been throwing out a list of things to get curious about or to open it up. I tried my best to put it within the dialectic structure, to use the sameness and difference. Look for sameness, repetition, look for difference, something that's unique. Likeness and unlikeness. How does the idea develop? That's likeness. How is it contrasted? Unlikeness. Did you reach your goal with goodness, beauty? These are our monad terms. Beauty, justice, excellence, and so on. So we can do it at all times. Because the self-logos and the dialectic structure and the analogic structure is the structure of all reality. And that's what we're here to discover. Why? So that when we turn our awareness upon our awareness or sight, we've gone through this sufficiently to silence our mind about our problems and our peak experiences, so that we can turn sight around to see itself. All of these self-logos terms and this dialectic / analogical structure, as well as our seeking of the principle, cause, standard, or axiom, we can then use it when we see that which is seeing, which doesn't have qualities but is the standard of qualities. Doesn't have qualities but is the principle behind qualities. Doesn't have qualities but is the cause of qualities. Doesn't have qualities but is the standard, cause, principle, and goal, the axiom of all axioms. So, yourself, what are you? Your state of mind? How are you relating to yourself? And what goals do you choose for yourself? So there's your for yourself. In other words, are you choosing personally meaningful goals in the dream? Is any of that curious or what the dream's about? How are you functioning as a whole? Seeing, thinking, and acting? In the parts, your state of mind, is there a high or low state that jumps out at you in the drama? Is there a role that you played in the drama? In the different scenes that significant? Successes and failures or kinds? Was it a full success or a limited? Is that curious? No? Okay, what about the divisions of the dream? Was there a part of the dream where the idea was most strongly defined? Itself? Definition? Was there a demonstration of that dream in the divisions? Like a development of what it is? Expressing what it is? Was there a division, contrast showing? Differences, opposites, difference, showing what it isn't? Two scenes or two different scenes showing opposites. Was there a division within the divisions? Was there a turning point in those divisions, or a key phrase that stood out at you? What's the turning point of the dream? Where did it all shift? Hey, this guy, you really remembered this key phrase, or this phrase jumps out, appears in many different scenes or many different divisions. Many different people say the same words. Is that puzzling to you? So you can ask these questions, but as the midwife, the goal is to use the structure and the terms to ask the questions, but you're not trying to influence them. It's their insight. It's their words that they put on it. So you ask them general questions within this structure to see what they are curious about in their questions. And it's their answers. Don't give them the words. So you can express it in opposites. Hey, was this scene boring? Now the thing about saying, if it's really exciting, you say, hey, is it boring? Why? Because you're not giving them the word exciting. You're allowing them to pick exciting if they want to pick exciting. You are encouraging them to reflect and put words on it by pointing to what it isn't. It's their question, it's their answer. It's their ousia, it's their logos, it's their curiosity, it's their words, naming. X and Y, all the way through those things I mentioned. So in other words, you might find something interesting, or see the divisions, oh, this is a contrast dream, or that's a turning point there. But it works best if it's something that they become curious about. Now, as the midwife, you have the structure, you have the understanding. They're not leading. It's not a fucking compromise. Like compromise, I said fucking because fascist believers say, let me do some capitalism, let me do some Nazi, let me do some genocide, let me do some exploiting for profit. Don't be mean. No, fuck off, you don't do any bad. Let me put some shit in the punch bowl. No, no bad in the punch bowl. You fuck?
They're completely lying to you.
Yeah.
They're completely dumb bitch.
Dumb bitch.
Fuck.
Ah, fuck.
Very interesting crap.
No, there's not interesting crap. Get it out of the punch bowl. You're the one guiding. So you have the structure. So you know the sorts of questions that are likely to get you started. And hopefully today has helped you have a structure for remembering it and nailing it down for your own understanding. But it's for them to become curious about it too. So that's why you can ask them in the negative. Is that boring? Does anything I don't know, or general? Anything weird about this point? What do you think? What do you see? Things were going well here. No, it wasn't. What do you mean? Wasn't going well here. This was the turning point where it all went badly for me. So the whole point is to encourage their Usia and their logos. It's their life, it's their growth, it's their development. That's what we're here for. And we're creating the ideal conditions for growth and development. That's our ultimate functioning, the role of the dream maker, and maybe the role of ourselves. Well, if it's the role of midwifery and that's our highest functioning and purpose here, likely the role of selves. So, key phrase, key turning point, that's the divisions within the dream, and finally the conclusion. How does the dream conclude? Now, I think I've repeated myself with the choice of goal over here. So, I'm going to have to reflect on this, and maybe I'm doubling up somewhere. But I think choice of goal goes better here, actually. Or maybe, did you reach the goal? Yeah, I think maybe this should be the, if your choice of goal is before, did you reach it goes here, maybe. Or we can double up choice of goal, that's a significant one. Because you could say, well, was it your choice of goal, or is there something curious about the goal in the dream? Because maybe it wasn't a, so maybe this is the goal that you choose for yourself, but maybe the dream's choice of goal. If there isn't a particular scene where you actively choose the goal, you just sort of remember waking up and this was your goal. So this could be the first two can be about yourself, and the next two about the dream. But it still is about yourself, isn't it? Because it's how you reach it. Kind of both. Anyway, finally, conclusion. Your choice of goal, and did you reach it? Is there something curious about that? That was a dumb goal I chose. Oh, I didn't get it in the end. How did you reach it? Did you reach it excellently? Did you maintain the goal? Again, did you see the goal? What did you think about your goal? And did you continue to act to maintain that goal? Because either one of them could prevent you from, if you didn't see you've reached it, you won't maintain it. If you didn't think that it's worth maintaining, you wouldn't have. And by the way, seeing the goal and thinking it's worth maintaining isn't enough if you don't act to maintain it. So that's one of the ways you can not get your goal. You can reach it and not maintain it. Another kind of failure is you reached your goal, you've reached it with excellence, you've maintained the goal, but you failed to push the implications or use it or build upon it to go further. Because ultimately we want to know the self. That's why we can say our true excellence and highest game and ultimate functioning for human beings is dream analysis. Why? It's the highest and necessary expression of discovering, well, guidance for your learning about beliefs and understanding generally that we get from reading these books, but also necessary for populating the specifics and guiding you on your specific pathologos and logos development. It's absolutely necessary. But also, it seems to be some sort of demonstration about our ideal. So also necessary to demonstrate the final question, the gold star. It's also a text. There is an inherent intelligibility, a structure, a self-contained rationality, just like a book. But unlike a book, it's about you and knows all about you. So you could say, well, reading is necessary. Yes, but this is even better because it's every character is about you. Every bit of furniture is about you. Oh, that's what we haven't done. That's what I think I should have put it here. the divisions in the dream itself. Okay, we'll do this next time. Because I think here... This is what I did wrong. Oops. We left out analogy. We've been doing greater and lesser, but analogy. It's greater than a text because every bit of furniture is significant. The things in the dream. What do the things themselves represent? Analogically. The things or furniture. That's metaphor. The states of mind. Within the dream, simile. 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 Likeness. Or sameness. Metaphor. Likeness. Simile. What's the other kind of analogy we make use of? The drama or story that's a myth plus a myth that has a anagogic nature to it equals allegory. Allegory. Motion? What would you call that? Motion? Movement? These are the self-logos terms. Sameness, likeness, which has sameness and different. The playing out of the sameness and difference, likeness and unlikeness in time. Motion. In time. Allegory. Now, where should that go in the dream? In this. Because this seems like, oops. It seems to fit very, very perfectly. Very perfectly? Is there very perfect or just perfect? Definition, the things themselves, metaphor. Demonstration, the states of mind, similes. The divisions, that's the drama. That's allegory. conclusion? What would be the conclusion of the... I don't know. So that's a good way, because that's the essence. That's everything about the dream is expressing. Every bit of furniture, every item, every state of mind, every drama, it's all analogy. So that's the definition of the dream itself. That's the definition that of dreams. How you function in that is about you, the divisions of the dream you can get curious about, and how you approach the conclusion or the goal. So, missing a term here, of course, what would be the conclusion of analogy? Well, it's what we've been working on, isn't it? The conclusion of analogy. Oh, yes! Got it. Was it? Did you conclude functioning in an anagogic way? A is to be... Were you functioning according to the true logos as your goal? Or were you functioning... Did you conclude stuck in the bad analogy? A is to B. Did you end up doing unto someone else what had been done to you? Did you end up concluding in a self-fulfilling prophecy? Did you end up feeling, my relationships always end with me feeling like this? Oh, so did the dream. Stagnant. The stagnant... got there in the end. The stagnant... That's funny. Stagnant... redundant... analogy. As a conclusion. Or... the anagogic... analogy... or the Dharma, or the true Dharma, true teaching, not just teaching, spiritual teaching, so we give it the fancy name Dharma. Be fancy, and everyone will go, ooh. And then all the girlies will say,
I'm joy maxing, okay? And if I...
No, they won't.
I'm too
They'll say,
pure.
No, they
I'm
won't.
eating the testicles of this bull, and I'm eating it raw.
Not the sound drops I was after. They'll be so impressed that they'll say that I'm eating bull testicles.
I'm eating bull testicles. Bull testicles.
Okay, fair enough.
They're secretly turned on by it.
Well, if they're turned on by it, then that's what we're after, isn't it?
Gooner bait.
Okay.
Goon, 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 goon.
Goons of gooners.
Okay. Calm down.
Gooners.
I said calm down.
Goon, 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 goon. Goon, 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 goon.
All right, all of you, be quiet. What nonsense. So yes, analogy. Anything stand out? People, furniture, objects? What do they represent? Very easy way to get into it. All states of mind. Highs and lows. Have any peak experiences, any low experiences? That could be the opening to the dream. The allegory itself. What was the story about? What was the puzzle in the story? What was the story representing? What was the idea represented in the puzzle? The puzzle would be in the drama, in the expression of the divisions, the drama. The puzzle is, what does it represent generally in the level of meaning? This specific drama was about catching a kitten. But what does that mean? That's puzzling. Catch a kitten. I love kittens, or I hate kittens. That's weird. Isn't it weird that my dream's about kittens? I'm so puzzled. Great. You're ready for dream analysis. You need to be curious. Otherwise, why would you care? This question.
You actually have to address the systemic inequalities.
No, the other one.
You're not going to magically force someone to want to get better.
You have to come to that conclusion yourself. You have to want to get better.
You have to want to become curious. So, is there a question about the allegory of the dream? See, these are all the analogy, which is how the dream maker functions. How we want to function. We don't want to tell the person the answer, but we want to encourage their curiosity and their own self-reflection so they can develop their own understanding and not just believe you. Belief is for babies. Belief is for bitches. Belief is for badness. And finally, did you conclude? As we have mathematically understood the two kinds of analogies that represent human excellence and problems, what kind of conclusion? Were you passing on your reading to someone? Were you using your reading to you the same way Joseph used it to Harry? That's the good one. Were you applying to you, to yourself, your understanding, as Socrates applies it, or in the text we apply it? Or the author of this book applies it? Or were you stuck in a problem? Were you by the way, these are not separate, they can all fit together. You might say, hang on a second, I ended up doing that same thing my parents always did to me, or feeling like that B term, feeling like a child, just as my parents treated me in this shitty way as a child in this particular scene. This was happening in the dream. I was stuck in that role again. Great, that stands out at you. But not only that, the furniture, I was in my living room back at home in childhood. The furniture metaphors supported this conclusion analogy. And the way I got there, the allegory was just like that Christmas when I did this and this happened and then this happened and then the cat did this and then dad said this and then mum said this and then Uncle Joe said that and sister Karen said this. And the states of mind I was in, it was like that high I was in before Christmas and then the low that I was in when the cat ate my Christmas present because it was a potato. In other words, there's a inherent connectedness or mastership within the creation of the dream. But what we're looking for is what jumps out at you to begin with. We want a way in. So any one of them will fit, and there'll be an inherent connection or coherence, intelligibility, to discover the inherent intelligibility within self, as we are doing in the text, as we are doing in our dreams. So that's going right to the top, the definition of the analogies themselves, then how you function as a whole in your states of mind, in the drama, in your role, and in your conclusion. So that's more specific, the specific demonstration of you as the character of those analogy principles. Finally, the divisions in the dream. Your way in. Idea. Sameness. Difference. Turning point or key phrase. And the goal itself. Choice of goal. Reach it with excellence. Maintain it and develop it. At least this is a guide to get into the first question. Become curious. As a midwife or as someone going through it. So yeah, you get it. I'm just repeating myself now. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Are we using the text and using the key ideas from the text? So we went from the particulars of the text to the general to understand our purpose as human beings, and then to apply those general principles to that specific activity in a new context. Now, the significance for the book is the book's not finished. Harry has only started to become curious about his role of going down with the ship. It's not even his ship, and it's fighting losing battles like he did with his dad. Aaliyah has only begun to voice her questions and she's only just discovered that there's a new game in town. All of her other boyths like Harry, haven't been into this game. And Harry has only started to get inspired by Aaliyah to these higher questions and levels of excellence. Harry himself has said, hey, I'm learning the dialectic, but I'm new to midwifery. In fact, I've even seen that my bedside manner isn't so great, which is making it difficult for me to relate most ideally or with excellence to Harry, because I love truth so much I race to the conclusion and I forget the humanness sometimes. In other words, all of these characters have to do dream analysis. The transition from dialectic to midwifery. Harry learning to understand his beliefs are wrong in this book that we're reading to find out why he's going down with these shitty beliefs. Dream analysis to populate the particulars of how he got his beliefs and how they've been functioning, so we can see that it's not just him losing an argument in front of his girlfriend or losing to the philosopher like competition. No. It's been playing out his whole life. You need dreams for that. Aaliyah, where is she going to get answers to her questions? This kind of reading, but also her dreams. How is Joseph going to go from dialectician to midwife? Dream analysis. This is just part one. It seems very clear. It seems to me to be very clearly giving you a launching pad to do it yourself. Go through dream analysis, do your Harry thing, do your Aaliyah thing, and even facilitate it with yourself and your friends like Joseph. That's all three bases. Crush the turts of the pathologos like Harry. Kiss the princess of the logos like Aaliyah. And master the art of the self-logos, our ultimate functioning like Joseph wants to do. And it seems like dreams is our ticket forward. So, just as we do with dream analysis, we can learn about the text and do our job, but also reflect on, job is the wrong word, have fun, play the greatest game, but also reflect on the dream maker. What does it say about Pierre Grimes? That he's written this goddamn masterpiece, given us everything we need to do, discover all these things we've been discovering, but recognized those who read it to this level will also recognize, like a Christopher Nolan movie. You ever seen like some of those YouTube channels that explore Christopher Nolan movies? There's depths beyond depths beyond depths. You have to really apply yourself to see the significance of The Prestige and Inception and all those Christopher Nolan movies. Tenet, I don't know about Tenet, but he's written a book greater than that because, well, what does it say about Pierre Grimes? That he has recognized that there may be people like us in the future. He passed away a couple of years ago, sadly for me, and others who cared about him. He wrote a book so that, with anticipation that perhaps those in the future who read it would recognize what he's doing sufficiently to see he's giving us a puzzle just like our dreams are puzzles. And that puzzle is to complete the story. To complete the story, each of these three characters have to get into dream analysis. And then meet back maybe a year later or 6 months later, having lived a different life, maybe even in different relationships, having gone through what we are discovering right here. And the only way of being able to write that is having understood and done it yourself. Therefore, you will be yourself writing from your self-logos, which is our goal. So not only has he given us a puzzle to solve, the solving of it is our getting that Mario Galaxy star, our ultimate goal and ideal. What does it say about the person? And what does it say about us? if he's done nothing other than discover the self through the self logos. Lots to wonder about, doing good work. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you're having fun. Today was a longer stream, but worth it. And I think we are seeing why. Yes, so all that was just about how you get into it, which is a key, by the way, as someone who's been doing dream analysis for a long time. That can be the hardest step. Where do you begin? How do you get into it? But having that structure in your back pocket can be helpful. So next time we can go on from there and fill out the rest of the dialectic structure of dream analysis. And then finish the story. These dudes are still waiting for us in the coffee shop. Conversation ain't finished yet. Is it finished? Kobe Bryant would say, job not finished. Is the job finished? Job not finished. And then there's another part where we explore. There are some exercises and about analogy itself. So everything we've been learning about analogy in our reflection is going to really, really serve us as we get into part 4, which is on analogies. So all that's on the horizon. Oh my God, what a good time. For everybody,
Off the perky, call me Kirky.
you're all off the perky if you've been coming along this far.
Spit on me.
I will not let you spit on me. That suggestion is not taken, Emma. You gooner.
Gooners.
And also,
I guess UFOs might be Jesus.
UFOs might be Jesus. And also UFOs might
It's
be
not
Jesus.
being crazy. It's called reaching a higher sense of being.
No, I think that is crazy. I have to disagree with you there.
Get the fuck out!
No, I don't think UFOs might be Jesus. But I don't know. I can't make that work. No, UFOs are not Jesus.
You're a baby. You're a little baby.
I am not.
No, you're not the one that's.
No. Okay. Thank you for joining me. Donate to the channel if you would like. Link below. If you want a copy of the text, there's a PDF below. You could buy the text. If you want to join the Discord, you can get a notification when we go live. You can follow us on Twitch. Blah, 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 blah. Also, dreams. How are they going? Are you having fun? Is this helpful? Is that structure of understanding how to get curious and jump in? Is that going to be helpful in your dream analysis? Yeah. Is the structure of nailing down those opening questions helpful? See? Only one way to find out. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll see you in the next one. And the music plays. Yes, thanks for joining me. I don't know if there's anything else I can say until my button works. There we go. See you next time.